will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. May be seated. The Secretary will read the order.
Debate on vote number 1, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
Honorable the President.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House, esteemed special guests, we thank the presiding officers for the opportunity to introduce the debate on Budget Vote 1, the Presidency. Before doing so, allow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to thank the millions of our people who heeded our call to celebrate the legacy of President Nelson Mandela by participation in the cleaning up campaign last week. In every corner of our country, people also engaged in various forms of community work which should inculcate a culture of service to our country and to humanity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we have completed the transition to the 5th administration seamlessly, following successful national general elections which further consolidated our country's democracy. It is an honor for the ANC government to continue to lead the country towards a creation of a truly united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the past few days, government departments have outlined plans to further expand access to various socio-economic services and programs informed by the ANC Manifesto and the National Development Plan. Collectively, the budget vote expressions indicated a government that is actively at work to promote an improved quality of life for all. We'll continue to prioritize key areas this term: education, health, rural development, and land reform, the fight against crime and corruption, as well as creating decent work. In doing so, we are informed by the successes scored in these 5 priorities over the past 5 years. In the State of the Nation address last month, we also outlined primary focus areas for government, which included measures towards achieving a 5% growth rate by the year 2019. These focus areas include, among others, infrastructure development, energy, manufacturing, and mining. Progress is being made in these areas and many others. Various interventions aimed at supporting distressed mining towns are being implemented by various departments following the announcement last month in the State of the Nation address. Our investment in infrastructure development is also continuing under the leadership of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, chaired by the President. The PICC bring together ministers, premiers, and mayors to enable central coordination and the fast-tracking of project delivery. An advantage of central coordination is that we are also able to integrate the build programs. For an example, the recently launched Mzimvubu Dam water scheme in the Eastern Cape integrates water and electricity provision with the building of roads, sanitation, schools, houses, and health facilities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we announced our plans for a heightened energy generation capacity last month. The Energy Security Cabinet Subcommittee that will oversee the development of the energy mix shall comprise the following ministers: Minister of Energy, International Relations and Cooperation, Public Enterprises, Finance, State Security, Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Mineral Resources and Environmental Affairs, and Defense. They will explore various options, including nuclear power, gas, solar, wind, coal, hydropower, and fuel refineries. Honorable members, our cooperative governance framework provides for the existence of the President's Coordinating Council, a mechanism that brings together the Presidency, cross-cutting ministers, premiers, and the South African Local Government Association to discuss issues affecting the 3 spheres of government. We wanted to improve the performance and output of PCC, and in particular, utilize the structure more effectively to build and support the local government sphere. Honorable members, the journey towards prosperity and job-creating growth involves radical change in the manner in which we undertake planning, implementation, and monitoring. On Saturday, the 19th of July, we launched Operation Phakisa, an innovative program that brings together, for the first time, many stakeholders to plan a major economic project. Operation Phakisa, an adaptation of Malaysia's Big Fast Results methodology, will be used to fast-track service delivery in various sectors, starting with the ocean economy. Teams from government, business, labor, and academia are working in Durban, discussing plans of unlocking the economic potential of the oceans, which are poised to contribute up to 177 billion rand to the country's GDP. The teams are focusing on 4 priority areas or priority sectors. The first is marine transport and manufacturing activities, such as coastal shipping, transshipment, boat building, repair, and refurbishment. The other 3 are offshore oil and gas exploration, aquaculture, as well as marine protection services and ocean governance. We'll release the outcome of the exercise later this year, once the teams have concluded their work and have produced implementable action plans. Together, we are moving South Africa forward practically, not just in words. Honorable members, to achieve the goals of a better society, we need a professional, people-centered, effective, efficient, and disciplined public service. Through the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, we will keep track of progress made by departments in improving government performance and also in promoting caring and responsive governance. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa and I have been meeting with ministers, deputy ministers, and their directors general to discuss the priorities and action plans of each department. The exercise will culminate in the signing of performance agreements by the President and each minister. The ministers will in turn conclude delivery agreements with partners who will work with them to achieve their goals. These partners will include colleagues in the provincial executive councils. Beyond the major projects and work of departments, we will also monitor the human aspect. We will assess the manner in which inquiries and complaints from the public are handled. the courtesy and friendliness of staff, and the speed with which members of the public are attended to. In this regard, the Batupele Citizen Care Program is being revitalized and will be mainstreamed in every department in order to improve performance and services to the public. The performance of the presidential hotline and the other call centers serving the public in various departments will continue to be useful barometers of how government relates to the public. A new priority this term, as we continue to build a participatory and responsive state, is the mainstreaming of communication in the work of government departments. We have established an interministerial committee on information and publicity led by the Minister in the Presidency for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. The committee will promote and coordinate communication and marketing within government. The Presidency will also lead government in the program of Izimbizo, door-to-door campaigns, and other mass-based platforms to promote two-way communication with the people. We'll also continue with hands-on monitoring through the Presidential Siyahlola monitoring program, through which the President visits communities for a direct assessment of service delivery. The Deputy President will undertake the monitoring work through the anti-poverty program, which assists to promote food security and draw attention to problem areas. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our public servants are our most important resource in meeting the delivery goals that will be outlined in the performance and delivery agreements. In the February 2013 State of the Nation Address, I announced the establishment of the Public Service Remuneration Review Commission. The commission was formally appointed on 7 August 2013 with retired Chief Justice Sandy Lengobo as the chairperson. The commission has conducted preliminary consultations with various key stakeholders, such as labor unions, the Public Service Coordinating Bargaining Council, and its sectoral bargaining councils, ministers, and members of provincial executive councils. I've extended the term of the commission until April 2015 due to the enormity of its brief, which covers more than 1.3 million public servants and over 200 public entities. It was also necessary to provide an extension due to the delays caused by capacity constraints, the December holidays, and general elections. We urge stakeholders to support the Commission in its very important task. Honorable members, the Presidency is taking steps to institutionalize partnerships with various stakeholders through reconstituting the presidential working groups to promote partnerships for development and progress. The Presidential Business Working Group will bring together chairpersons and SEOs of major companies in South Africa, as well as key ministers in the economic sector, to discuss the performance of the economy. We will also establish a Presidential Small Business Working Group which will bring together organizations representing small business owners and government to chart a path for supporting small enterprises. The Labour Working Group will bring together leaders of major labor federations and key government leaders. The Joint Working Group will bring together social partners represented at NEDLAC, business, labor, government, and the community sector to seek joint solutions to challenges facing all sectors. We have already placed some items on the agenda of this working group, such as the minimum wage proposal and the impact of strikes with a long duration. We will also institutionalize the presidential working groups on youth, women, and religious affairs. We are establishing a new presidential working group on disability, which will enable the presidency to champion and monitor the work of government, departments, and society in creating a better life for persons with disabilities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we are also finalizing plans to launch a presidential working group on communication and the media, bringing together government and organizations from the community and commercial media sectors. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we stand to benefit immensely from the expertise of our scientists and academics and intellectuals in the new Presidential Working Group on Higher Education and Innovation. Finally, we will convene the International Economic Advisory Panel, which will comprise owners and leaders of major corporations in the world to share their ideas on promoting investments and economic growth. Our partnership with stakeholders to move South Africa forward will also be embodied in the work of the South African National AIDS Council, which is led by the Deputy President. SANAC will build on the successes scored by the country in the fight against HIV and AIDS in the past 5 years and enhance other areas such as prevention. The Deputy President will also lead us in coordinating and championing skills development. As the chairperson of the Human Resource Development Council, we also look forward to good working relations between executive and parliament. The Deputy President, as leader of government business in the National Assembly, will lead government in the interface with the legislature. Honorable members, we are encouraged by the overwhelming support of the National Development Plan in the previous Parliament. The Deputy President chairs the National Planning Commission and will assist us to take forward the good work done in this structure. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is a special year in the country as we mark 60 years of the historic 1954 Women's Charter and 20 years of the Women's Charter for Effective Equality. We are mindful of these milestones as we take forward the mission of building a truly non-sexist society and to extend basic services to more women who suffer most from the persistent poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The minister in the presidency responsible for the women portfolio has been given a mandate to lead, champion, and monitor women's socio-economic development and empowerment rights and equality. The Department of Women will work closely with the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation to keep track of the performance of government and society with regards to women's development. We'll also gain from the expertise of various non-governmental organizations working in this field. Honorable members, youth development is an important function within the presidency, falling under the planning, monitoring, and evaluation portfolio. Minister Khadebe, assisted by Deputy Minister Puti Manamela, will prioritize the tasks of mainstreaming youth development and empowerment. The responsibility of the Department of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation will go further than oversight over the National Youth Development Agency. It will include championing and monitoring youth development program performance across government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, will continue to lead the country's international relations program premised on building a better Africa and a more just world, and to promote mutually beneficial relations with various countries and regions of the world. we will contribute to building a stronger and more effective African Union so that it can drive the African agenda. Our participation in the work of the AU structures will continue this term. These include the African Peer Review Mechanism, the Pan-African Parliament, and the new Partnership for Africa's Development. During the past term, South Africa championed the continent's infrastructure build program, focusing on the North-South Road and Rail Development Corridor, a trade access corridor from Durban through Dar es Salaam to Cairo. Our participation in regional integration efforts will continue within the Southern African Development Community and the Southern African Customs Union. We also look forward to continued negotiations to establish a tripartite free trade area among the regional economic communities of the Common Market of East and Southern Africa, East African Community, and SADC. We are honored to serve in key structures of United Nations organization. Last year, South Africa began serving a 3-year term on the UN Economic and Social Council. Our priority is the articulation of the post-2015 UN Development Agenda. Our country was, in January this year, elected to the UN Human Rights Council until December 2016. This honor reaffirms South Africa's commitment to the achievement of human rights locally and worldwide. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our participation in the BRICS Forum continues to yield results. We attended the 6th BRICS Summit in Brazil last week. The groundbreaking establishment of the new development bank and contingent reserve arrangement were the highlights of the summit. This development represented a major advancement for BRICS and the developing world. We look forward to hosting the bank's Africa Regional Center in South Africa to be established concurrently with the headquarters in Shanghai in the People's Republic of China. We'll continue to participate in the India-Brazil-South Africa Dialogue Forum, called IPSA, in further pursuit of global political governance, reform, and to promote socio-economic cooperation among the 3 diverse democracies. We value our participation in the G20 and will continue to use South Africa's role to promote and strengthen the interests of Africa and of the South. We will also continue to strengthen relations with key regions of the world, such as Europe, North America, South America, and the Caribbean, the Middle East, Asia, and Australia. We look forward to the United States Africa Leadership Summit that will take place in Washington, D.C. next month. The forum should open new opportunities, especially with regards to trade and investment relations between the United States and Africa. In further promoting partnerships for growth and development, the Global Smart Partnership Dialogue will be hosted in South Africa in October 2014. The dialogue serves as a platform for heads of state, business leaders, scientists, and academics to exchange ideas related to the role of science, technology, and innovation in boosting socio-economic transformation, development, and growth. We'll continue to participate in peacekeeping and peacemaking missions in the continent through the South African National Defense Force. Most importantly, we are honored to be requested by other nations to share our country's negotiations and peacekeeping expertise. In this regard, Deputy President Ramaphosa is South Africa's special envoy to South Sudan and Sri Lanka, assisting the two countries to overcome recent challenges. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the House, like all peace-loving people the world over, we are shocked and dismayed by the violence and tragic loss of life in Gaza. We call on the Israeli government to stop its ground and air offensive, which continues to cause loss of life and devastating humanitarian crisis. We also call for an end to the firing of rockets on Israel's citizens by Hamas. We are also opposed to the veiled attempts by the Israeli government to use its onslaught on Gaza to undermine the unity government in Palestine. There will never be a military solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The only solution lies in serious and genuine negotiations involving all parties. South Africa joins the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, in calling for an immediate ceasefire by all sides and a resumption of the flow of humanitarian aid to the suffering people of Gaza. We appeal to the Egyptian authorities to open their doors to the injured and affected people of Gaza. With electricity, fuel, and medical supplies running out in Gaza, the only lifeline for the people of Gaza is their brothers and sisters in Egypt. This is not the time to apportion blame, but to focus on the needy and dying, especially defenseless women and children. South Africa will work with her BRICS partners to develop a common position to this crisis. Honorable members, we have done well in consolidating democracy and building a new nation. However, we need to do much more work to build the soul of the nation, especially to promote unity, cohesion, and a common nationhood. Programs such as the promotion of the national flag and the preamble of the Constitution in our schools will assist in building a national identity among our children and the youth at an early age. We are currently also engaged in processing outstanding work from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to support the victims who were identified during that process as part of the post-apartheid healing process. In building our new nation, we also need to confront difficult issues, such as the demon of racism. We welcome the global campaign against racism in sport, which was launched this week. It is a reminder of the need to continue to promote the building of a truly non-racial society with zero tolerance for racism and prejudice. Honorable members, nation building must also involve working together to make our country safer for children. We were shocked and horrified by the manner in which our 4-year-old Tigrine Morris of Riga Park in Johannesburg was dragged under a hijacked runaway car until he died. No child should be subjected to such brutality. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the Morris family and to the community of Riga Park as a whole. On Tuesday last week, the country had been shaken by the kidnapping of 6-year-old Mongezi Pike after he and his father, Mr. Aaron Pike, were hijacked in Bronkhorstspruit. His father was severely assaulted. We thank the police and the public for the swift work which led to Mongezi being found. We condemn all these cold-blooded criminal acts and appeal to our people to assist the police to bring the perpetrators to book. Honorable members, the Commonwealth Games begin today, and we wish all our athletes, strength and victory. Let us stand fully behind the team. With our support, they will do well and make us proud. In September, the country will host the 4th International Karate Organization World Cup in Durban under the theme Self-Defense, Self-Discipline, and Crime Prevention. The Department of Sport and Recreation, Police, Social Development, as well as Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation, which is responsible for youth development, will work together to ensure a successful Karate World Cup. Honorable members, special guests, our journey continues towards a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. We humbly invite South Africans to join us in building a South Africa in which all, especially the poor and the working class, will fully enjoy the fruits of freedom. The action of each South African counts as we move South Africa forward together. As Pixley Isaac stated in his 1911 article, The Native Union, and I quote, "Cooperation is the key and the watchword which opens the door, the everlasting door which leads into progress and all national success," unquote. Let me take this opportunity to thank the Deputy President, the 2 ministers in the Presidency, and the Deputy Minister for their support. I also appreciate the contribution and hard work of the Director General, advisors, senior management, and all staff in the Presidency. It is my privilege, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to commend Budget Vote 1 to the House. I thank you.
Siyabonga Mongameli. Sokuyithuba lika Honorable Stone Sizani, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Comrade President and Comrade Deputy President, honorable members, in this month where we celebrate the life and legacy of our icon, Nelson Mandela, who walked the path of justice, peace, and reconciliation, it is agonizingly sad to witness the wanton destruction of life in Gaza Strip. The bloodshed has claimed over 600 lives already, mostly Palestinian lives, mostly women and children. Entire families are being wiped out. When we watch the battle raging there, we cannot help but reflect on our own fight for freedom, how close we came to civil war and bloodshed, and how those who stood in solidarity with us gave gave us, the African National Congress, the strength to overcome the injustices. It is our turn now to show solidarity with the Palestinian people. And we do so remembering the words of our icon, Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. Mr. President, our friends on my left, they feel nothing because they got money with the proceeds of the building of the wall that divided Palestine to fight against us. That is why they will sit there
Point of order.
and be worried.
What is the point of order? What are you raising on?
Omkhulu wethu,
Honorable member, just take your seat, please. What are you raising on, ma'am?
Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule of Order 63 around offensive language. And I would submit to you, Deputy Speaker, that the comments that have been made by the Chief Whip of the Opposition are offensive to this side of the House and are unsubstantiated. And I would ask that he withdraws them immediately.
We will look at the Hansard and make a ruling on those words. We'll look at it. Proceed, Honorable member.
On a point of order,
On a point of order.
point of
Chair.
order, Chairperson.
Yes, yes, Honorable Manamela, I'll give you a chance, Nate.
Okay, the Honorable Louis here at the back shouted, "That's rubbish," and that's offensive and unparliamentary language. Thank you.
Honorable members, let the House not degenerate. Let us not proceed in a way that will make this House inappropriately conducted. Honorable Malema, what are you raising on, sir?
Yes, on a point of order, Chair. When the Honorable Chief Whip says colleagues on the left got the money, he's also referring to us. We agree with him on the DA, but we didn't get the money from those people.
Honorable Stizani, proceed now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is common cause that there is a party in South Africa that was given money by the builder of the wall that divided Palestine. It is common cause. And they never denied it. Why are they offended now? Comrade President, the sustainability of our democracy and creation of the national democratic society cannot be taken for granted. But we should take pride and comfort in acknowledging that we have a multi-party parliamentary system. Our election processes over the past 20 years have always been declared free and fair. We have a strong sense of constitutionalism supported by Chapter 9 institutions, various mechanisms of accountability, a functioning public service underpinned by principles of Batupile, platforms and mechanisms where public participation in government through public hearings and inputs into policy making and highly developed economic infrastructure. We all can agree that insofar as we have these sterling mechanisms which underpin our democratic state, we have a long way to go before we can confidently state that we have realized our objectives of building a developmental state. The challenge arises in the coordination and implementation of these policies. This is endorsed by our National Development Plan, which argues that, I quote, in a society with deep social and economic divisions, neither social nor economic transformation is possible without a capable and a developmental state, close quote. For us, it is crucial that the state is capacitated to galvanize productive forces that would ensure that the goals of social and economic transformation are achieved. A developmental state places emphasis on education, especially technical, numeracy, and scientific skills that gives rise to the highly skilled population in various areas of government structures who have strong tools of analysis at every level of decision-making. The state has made significant progress in laying the foundations of structures that are to fulfill our developmental objectives. But the challenge that has presented itself is the functioning of these structures. In our drive to build a developmental state, we must also ensure that we build a capable state. A capable state is a requirement for economic growth. It creates an environment for economic growth to take place and demonstrate governance at every level. Akukabikho Pandustan or a self-governing state in a democratic South Africa. Every part of our country must be subjected to central planning and central direction from the center, as the president just said here. It is about efficiency, transparency, and accountability across all three arms of the state: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. But more than that, it elevates the centrality of democratic accountability. A quote from James Madison, way back in 1788, speaks to this most eloquently. I quote, "If men," at that time they were referring to everybody like in the Bible, but now they refer to human beings. "If they were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this: you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, oblige it to control itself," close quotes. 20 years into our democracy, we can confidently state that accountability is embedded in our democratic dispensation. We have the separation of powers in the legislature, executive and judicial. I was tempted to respond to them, Comrade President, because the rarity of a response from my left is as rare as finding somebody who supported and voted for apartheid. All three are subjected to the Constitution as the final authority on constitutional rights. As the legislature, we hold the executive accountable for its actions. We interrogate policies, we ask pertinent questions where we need answers in burning issues. Attention must be paid on how we set our policy agenda and its follow-through. It has been argued that it is, I quote, "a collective responsibility to moderate unrealistic policy expectations by continuing to set abstract targets and policies that apply across the board, irrespective of local government's actual resources to deliver them, is a formula for unrealistic and unmet promises that will further undermine public confidence in our government. Simplifying and streamlining regulatory frameworks, policy goals, and reporting systems wherever possible will also go a long way towards making things easier for municipalities to deliver on our ambitious mandate." close quote. For the ANC, the goal of the National Democratic Revolution is to establish a society in which citizens are intellectually, socially, economically, and politically empowered. And for this to happen, the state must become a dynamically developmental one. Two fundamental aspects which must be fulfilled if we want to build a robust developmental state are to increase the level of educational attainment in our population and increase the knowledge content in society, especially in areas of mathematics, science, and technology. We need more researchers who are able to carry out advanced research, diagnose problems, identify areas of growth potential, and monitor and develop solutions. An educated and skilled population with high levels of technical and numeracy skills is critical to build a knowledge economy. Creating a harmonious society with strong partnerships with business, government, and labor, consolidating democracy, eliminating corruption, security of citizens, and efficient civil service delivery will strengthen the foundations towards building a developmental state. The transformation of our public service from being representative of a minority of a population to one which reflects greater responsibility, representativity of our population is a major achievement. It is said that the quality of public life is dependent on the quality of public administration and the quality of public service. Our public servants must be skilled, cultivate a sense of professional common purpose and a commitment to developmental goals. In the ANC, we believe that public service should be both skilled and representative. We are clear about that. We are equally clear that the affirmative action has helped to make the public service more representative in this country's population, And we, unlike the DA, do not help to flip-flop or do any fancy somersault in clearly stating our position. We do not pay lip service to employment equity or tiptoe around the issue of redressing the injustices of the past and leveling the playing fields. We can acknowledge that the ANC, the People's Movement, has not veered from its original objective, which is to create a better life for all the people of South Africa. In fact, the statistics South Africa has confirmed that the best beneficiaries of a democratic society has been the Afrikaner males and the Indians. This is statistics South Africa. And they deny even the fact that they are basing their benefit from the democratic society on the previous dispensation. We can acknowledge further, Deputy President Mutlane articulated the following. Our greatest challenge has been embracing the constitutional spirit and ethos of cooperative governments on the one hand, and the local government as a sphere, not a tier of government on the other. Local government is at the coalface of developmental challenges facing our people, and to them, government is government. Communities are not interested in what sphere is responsible, nor which one is responsible for failure. For them, service delivery is service delivery. Our Constitution, specifically Chapter 3, outlines the principles of cooperative governance. Essentially, for us to fulfill our mandate and ensure we place people at the center of our service delivery, we need the various spheres of government to work together in a coordinated and coherent manner. These principles require, I quote, all spheres of government and all organs of state within each sphere must, amongst others, provide effective, transparent, and accountable, coherent government for the Republic as a whole, respect the constitutional status, institutions, powers, and functions of government in the other spheres, and cooperate with one another in mutual trust, good faith, by assisting and supporting one another, close quote. In this, while we recognize all local government is at the coalface of service delivery, we must recognize that it is a responsibility of all spheres of government to work together in harmony in fulfilling our program of action. In seeking to ensure the seamless delivery, discuss governance, and improve the performance of state at all three levels, the President's Coordinating Council ensures the implementation of national policy and legislation in provinces and municipalities, as well as coordinating and aligning of priorities, objectives, and strategies across national, provincial, and local governments. In addition, the Forum of South African Directors General, FOSAT, has started to monitor administrative and marginal performance of national and provincial departments to ensure weaknesses are addressed. Whilst we have adopted the local government turnaround strategy, which promises to address service delivery, Parliament must ensure that the policy framework and proposals put forward in fact meets our constitutional imperatives and ultimately conducive to efficient service delivery. Councillors and municipal councils, who are key delivery agents.
Point of order, Chair. Yes, what's the point of order? What are you raising on?
Rule 62 of Rules of the National Assembly. Can the rule be interpreted for us for common understanding?
Yes. Order, honorable members.
Rule 62, Honorable Deputy Speaker, says member not to read speech. A member shall, as far as possible, refrain from reading his or her speech, but may refresh his or her memory by referring to the notes.
Okay.
Are we in an animal farm arrangement here, where there are certain laws that must be upheld and others are not upheld willy-nilly?
Okay, we will interpret that for you. Proceed, honorable member.
Our Constitution, specifically Chapter 3, outlines that we have to obey the three spheres of government. But what we have adopted is an efficient service delivery where councillors and municipal councils are the key in the coalface of delivery. In conclusion, Comrade Chair, our National Development Plan has made it clear that between now and 2030, South Africa needs to move towards a developmental state that is capable, professional, and responsive to the needs of the people, close quote. Whilst there have been critics to this position, as the ANC were confident that we will continue on this path with the objective of eliminating poverty and reducing inequality. The global economic crisis has demonstrated that markets are not always self-regulating and highlighted the importance of the state interventions. Compared with other developing countries, the ANC government has a strong mass party base which gives impetus to our rolling out of implementation of our policies. In further support of our developmental path, it is pointed out that South Africa already has a number of development finance institutions such as DBSA and IDC, as well as various state-owned enterprises. Coupled with a skill set which is at least as good as many of the Asian developmental states at their early stages, we will build a capable and developmental state which will depend not just on government or the state, but all of society and its leaders. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Maimane.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, members of this House, and to all the guests who are joining us from the gallery, fellow South Africans, Bagaetso, ke a dumedisa. Dumelang. I want to deal very critically with a matter that cannot and should never be used for cheap political point scoring. So I want to join all the honorable members in wishing for an immediate end to the violence in Gaza. The death of an ever-growing number of civilians, especially women, children, and the elderly, must stop. In fact, we're concerned that what is happening in Gaza today cannot be considered by any reasonable person to be a commensurate response. And we hope that the parties to the conflict will lead the unanimous international call for humanitarian ceasefire. Mr. President, Deputy Speaker, 5 years from now, the year will be 2019. And in fact, this fifth democratic parliament will conclude its mandate, given to us by the people of South Africa, with their hopes and their dreams in our hands. The history books will have recorded our actions right here, and our country will be shaped and be molded by them. In fact, our nation could, in the next 5 years, be a very, very significantly different place. Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, it is in fact our duty and our obligation to do everything in our power to create that future in a way that makes a positive change to our people's lives through inclusive growth that eliminates our devastating legacy of apartheid. I want to highlight the fact that I am a brother to a young sister. She's 16 right now. She will start matric. And so she faces a turbulent future. She faces the choices that you and I make today here will have a direct impact on her life. And perhaps these are some of the issues she'll face. One day she'll have to face the choices she makes, either of a decent education that in fact empowers her to make the choices that she wants for freedom, or in fact lowering pass rates and an inferior education for her. She will one day face the prospects of going to our public healthcare system. And if she lived in the Free State, she would face declining medical supplies and vacant nursing posts. Or in fact, she could face an excellent healthcare system. Honorable members, I fear for her that one day she will fear walking the streets of South Africa because she will feel unsafe and she'll face the risk. Or in fact, we could, in this house, in this parliament, ensure that she has a police service that will look after her. In fact, she could either be one of the South Africans who could choose for 1,000 more jobs that could be created, or in fact, as our economy stagnates, jobs are shared, and we're further downgraded, that's the future she faces. The actions of this government, the actions of the Honorable President in the next 5 years will in fact make or break her future. Truth be told, her story is not unique. It is true for every young girl all across South Africa. It's true for every daughter, for every mother, for every brother, for every son, and for every father. It is for them that we sit in this house and make laws that will determine their tomorrow. These actions will either deliver the people of South Africa to a meaningful hope and work, or these actions will deliver them to a place of hopelessness and more unemployment. Imagine, Mr. President, a South Africa in 2019 where our people and the world see us as a nation with great potential, a place where there can be opportunities for all, an open opportunity society for South Africans. It will be a country premised on a Amartya Sen's central insight that development should be measured by the extent to which people have the opportunity and the capability to define their own futures and define their potential. Where investment in fact swells, and new industry and agricultural spring up, and a growth is realized at over 6% if we implement the right policies and the right growth framework as we're seeing in provinces that the DA governs. In fact, a place where corruption has been cut out, where our democratic institutions are strong and free of political meddling. In fact, where there's coherent policy, that we looked at South Africa and investors feel a confidence to invest their money here. But in fact, the sad reality is that we can all imagine it and we all want it. But Mr. President, do you in fact have the boldness to get us there? Will you make the tough decisions to boldly lead us to a plan where the future of South Africa is one that is great, a land of opportunity for all? You see, bold leadership, honorable members, will be the difference between more and more of the same or real and meaningful change. And that plan is embodied in the National Development Plan. The fact is that so much of the National Development Plan can set us on a path towards realizing that dream, that South African dream. In fact, almost all of us in this house have stood up for its outcomes. The ideas of jobs, growth, investment, quality education, broadband for all, a revolution of small businesses, rejecting red tape, and making South Africa a friendly place to business. Almost all of us except one. And in fact, at this point, the scenes that took place yesterday in Gauteng remind me quite starkly of a scene that took place on the 26th of June in 1993, where another, in fact, barged into the CODESA negotiations on horseback. Is a bit similar to what I saw in the vision I saw yesterday at the Gauteng legislature. And you see, honorable members, it is in fact completely irrelevant what members choose to wear in this house. This house must be centrally a place where we can debate ideas and ideals. And so the problem is not why or what we choose to wear, but that in fact, who are the supporters or the opponents of the NDP? And there are joint opponents to this, such as COSATU and the SACP. They are therefore the joint opponents of growth and the joint enemies of job creation. You see, Mr. President, without bold leadership, the NDP is being stalled by these enemies. And they simply don't even stand for elections, but they are the alliance partners who stall our prospects of growth and jobs. Mr. President, either you can take the difficult and bold decisions necessary to return South Africa to the path of greatness and, in fact, face the tough decisions that while the police service does not serve but oppresses and kills innocent people, as they did with the miners in Marikana, and as I, honorable members, sat with the streets and the police shot. Mr. President, that are in place to protect our democracy. Because in fact, without them, we have no democracy. For you to lead would be easy. Or in fact, you can step aside. We cannot stand by and accept the launch of Operation Pagisa and ask that things will hurry up. But the president himself will not hurry up and deliver his reply to the Nkandla report to this house, or hurry up and establish the NDPP inquiry. In fact, he will not hurry up and comply with direct court orders that have requested for the spy tapes. Mr. President, lead or step aside. You see, Deputy Speaker, the budget before us is simply more of the same. And the presidency and the Honorable President Zuma, more of the same, will in fact see the same lackluster outcomes. 34% of the people in this country unemployed, and that is growing. A widening inequality amongst our people. A deepening level of poverty. The time is now, and the chance is upon us. You see, at this moment in history, I would believe 5 very serious matters of national importance deserve our urgent attention, your urgent attention, and decisive action. Firstly, I think you need to come out strongly and support the institutions of our democracy. which exists to ensure that our democracy is protected and upheld. It is, in fact, the most important job as president and as leader and as head of state to uphold the integrity and the independence of institutions of our democracy, including the SAPC, the NPA, and the Public Protector, and many such. Honorable President, I would believe that we need to set an example against corruption. South Africans need to know that no one is above the law, and most of all, not you, Mr. President. And that means, in fact, urgently providing South Africa with your response to the damning allegations against you in the Nkandla report of the Public Protector. The President has, in fact, missed his own deadline to come clean on Nkandla and submit his response to the Nkandla report. The people of South Africa who elected us to this House must know the truth on Nkandla, for until then, the cloud of improper financial benefit hangs over the head of our President. Mr. President, I urge you to make it easier, not harder, for people to work, to start their own businesses, and to create jobs for other South Africans. You need to heed the petitions on your desks to return the job-killing bills to this National Assembly for further debate and amendment. The Labour Relations Amendment Bill, the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Amendment Bill, the Private Security Industry Regulation Bill, and the Women Empowerment and the Gender Equity Bills are but 4 bills. Yet, these the President can still act against. Deputy Speaker, in 2019, when this 5th Parliament concludes its business, it will be a vital mandate. The Honourable President's signature will live on the bottom of these laws that would have in fact stolen jobs from the people of this land. Mr. President, I believe you can act and stop these 4 bills. Mr. President, I really believe we can stimulate key sectors of the economy. Rather than standing by as our growth sit at nothing more than mediocre and a recession is at our table, is off the table. The mining sector was right to be prioritized in the Honourable President's State of the Nation address in June and certainly today. But South Africa needs bold action to correct the imbalances of power between mining unions and mine workers. I say this with full knowledge that the Honourable President sits in an alliance where the collection of the largest unions sit with. You see, when we see protected strike in the platinum belt, in the platinum belt, and today with the metal workers, we see the effects of these strikes and the outputs of this industry. We see non-striking workers beaten. We see that, in fact, striking workers forced to starve for months on end. And we see desperate workers without a choice to strike or not to strike. Then, Mr. President, we are failing our vulnerable working class. It's time that the Honourable President leads South Africa away from this parasitic system of big unions and big business working together to keep people out of the economy. Mr. President, give South Africa's youth a compelling offer for employment and personal development. And in fact, scrap the National Youth Development Agency. It's nothing more than a cash cow for connected individuals who get rich while the youth of South Africa get poor. From an NYDA budget of 408 million, almost half of it will go to just salaries. How can we possibly support agencies where costs to run equate to half of its total budget allocation to, in fact, budget allocation as a solution to youth development? Mr. President, every cent of that 408 million rands could have rather been spent on the youth tax incentive scheme, which will mean giving money directly to job creation to help unemployed youth, not job creation for an executive after NYDA who achieve nothing for our young people. In fact, I would propose that the NYDA should be called the NYDPA, the National Youth Personnel Development Agency. Mr. President, we need to keep the lights on. Energy generation and supplies is becoming far too expensive. Your commitment in June was to diversify energy production. We must provide diverse energy, every generation that prioritizes wind and solar and green technology. Let us prioritize the trillions of government alone. Let's make it easier for investors to add to our electricity capacity and for the private and independent operators to enter the market urgently. Mr. President, let's act on these. They may, in fact, be very unpopular for some of the members in your alliance. But in fact, true leadership is really about not pleasing your comrades or being popular. It is about choosing a way that suits the people of this country. Mr. President, lead or step aside. These 6 things will set about a positive change, I believe, in the short term, and will be the marks of boldness and marks of a strong leadership. Mr. President, indeed, the electorate and the people of South Africa face very difficult time. Some of the most difficult are on record. Ours is to champion their fight, to call for boldness in government that brings progress through the National Development Plan, through purging corruption, through growing the economy, in similar ways that are equivalent to our competitor countries like India, Chile have done, at over 5% growth, not in 5 years, but now. Progress through fostering investment, through quality education, through excellent healthcare, through broadband for all, through a revolution of small businesses, through making South Africa the most attractive economy for doing business. We must, in fact, look at this 5th Parliament and say, in this Parliament, in this House, in this chamber, we held government and its action to the strongest account, showing that the way forward to a place for opportunity for all. Deputy Speaker, I told my sister earlier on, and of the turbulent future she faces. She is in no ways unique. This is, in fact, the future of many South Africans. And that, Mr. President, I remind you that when we go to 2016, across every local government in South Africa and in 2019 throughout the nation, South Africans will go to the poll. They will take their destiny into their own hands. They will express for your government the way to make way for real change and real progress. I'm so proud of the people of Gauteng because they came out and said, and voted for change. You may have won by a few percentage, but that would be like winning on a penalty shootout. So in 2016, the Nelson Mandela Bay will soon be a place where the people there will vote for change. In Tshwane, the people will vote for change. In Johannesburg, people will vote for change. And in provinces in South Africa, there will be local governments and where the DA will deliver real opportunities to South Africans of all walks of life. So, Mr. President, take the tough actions, lead South Africa to prosperity, or in fact, step aside for a new hope under the DA. This is, in fact, what the people of this country will demand. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable the Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Jeff Hadebe.
That was sound and fury from the former premier candidate of DA in Gauteng. Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency the President, Deputy President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. I rise to support the budget vote of the Presidency, which has been presented by His Excellency President Zuma to this House. I will do so by highlighting some of the areas in which would be collectively contributing towards the achievements of the goals which he has set for us all. Firstly, the establishment of the new development bank and the contingency reserve arrangement in Fortaleza, Brazil last week is a giant step in our multilateral engagement with our partners in the BRICS family for a better continent and a better world. Under your leadership, Mr. President, the ANC government continues in its quest to ensure peaceful, progressive, and democratic transformation, both our economy and internationally, to address challenges. This is without doubt a fitting tribute to the founding president of this new dispensation, President Mandela, and the many other heroes and heroines of our struggle for a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, equal, and prosperous society. For a period of 7 decades, progressive governments and civil society have been calling for the reconfiguration of the global development finance institutions so that they become reflective of the changing balance of forces and the growing role of the emerging economies of the world. These doubts that have been made recently, who argue that our geographic location is far removed from the major economic hubs of the world is unfounded. We do not pretend that this bank will be a panacea for all our economic woes, but we are also not oblivious to the challenges that continue to bedevil the banking system throughout the world. We commend you for this tireless effort on ensuring that we achieve this monumental milestone of the establishment of this bank. Secondly, as it pertains to our multi-sectoral approach to unlock our economic potential, a laboratory on Operation Pakisa, which was launched by the President in Durban on Saturday, is currently underway. Once this work is finished, we will be able to inform South Africans how our unexplored oceans and our exclusive economic zone will assist the process of our economic transformation. We will be departing from the premise that for far too long we have sat with an asset that could be unlocked, and in our delay we have not been quick to exploit the resource upon which many a nation has exclusively existed and survived. Thirdly, presenting my portion of the budget vote 6 and 13 on Monday, I was impressed by a sense of collective ownership for the National Development Plan. My view is that while there will always be filibustering, attention-seeking and grandstanding characterizing this parliament, there is an acceptance overall that the NDP represents the only way forward for this beautiful land. There will be criticism here and there, but we have a sense from amongst our colleagues, even on this side of the aisle, that they are looking forward to the immediate implementation of this plan. But we also rely on all South Africans, including those in this parliament, to support in the laying of the ducks in row to ensure that we effectively implement this plan. Putting these ducks in a row is an effort to heed the call which our icon Nelson Mandela made to our mother, Mrs. Adelaide Tambo, that we should allow fate to disturb our plans only on our own terms. Our department is ready to engage with all South Africans on implementation issues which would unlock the vast potential which the NDP presents to our nation. Now that the dust of the election trail has settled, there comes a need for a nation to refocus its attention on what is a common good for all South Africans. The intermediate period between now and the next electoral phase is short, and the desire to jumpstart the electoral process, even as we find our common goal as a country, will always be too tempting. There is, however, a need to ponder and reflect on this NDP document, which we have all accepted and which will have to determine the destiny of our country for the next 30 years. Fourthly, the responsibility for monitoring performance of government work is core to how our delivery of services is perceived by our people. The effectiveness of our programs will only be seen at local level, which is the cold face of our interaction with South African citizens. Mechanisms on their own will always be not sufficient to monitor human beings. The human element of this monitoring calls on all South Africans.
Order, Chair.
What are you raising on?
I was checking if really it's parliamentary for Honorable Gigaba to sit like he's in the Shebeen there.
That's not a point of order. You will
Please,
be ordered
because
to
what
sit.
disrupted, all of us can sit on top of tables here and everything
No,
else,
no,
like he
no.
does there.
He's not our teacher. Don't do that, please. Yeah. Please proceed, Honorable Member. He will sit properly. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
This plan calls for all South African citizens not to accept themselves as passive recipients of services, but as determiners of how and when and how those services should be provided. It is only when our people are decision makers in processes related to them that they will be aware where performance is in line with our expectations. But let me emphasize that monitoring of government work is not only about people, but also about whether or not the systems we put in place and the strategies we deploy help us to achieve the goals of prosperity for all. Thus, when we all put shoulders to the wheel, we must strive towards those goals with the singularity of mind and equal resolve as an oxen-drawn plow. But because these systems cannot work on their own without people running them, it is precisely why we must amplify the significance of sparing no effort by all of us in government, in the political opposition, in business, in labor, in NGO, This we can say because we remain steadfast that the National Development Plan is a program of the people as a whole. To harmonize these interactions and manage our people's expectations, our government officials need to listen and not just to hear our people. Every decision that we take, be it at EXCOs or in the front desk, all our officials must have in mind the interest of the people that we serve. Those of us who have been lucky to serve our people need not start listening only on the pain of a court order or a threat or a form of legal action or the other. Honorable members, very importantly, the National Development Plan must and is now addressing the bigger problems that confront our country. And it is without doubt that these challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality are more defined amongst youth, hence the importance of an integrated youth development strategy that will ensure, in the main, youth skills development, youth entrepreneurship, employment amongst youth development programs as a whole. On this occasion of the 20th anniversary of our freedom, we must celebrate the peaceful and constitutional nature of our democracy. This month of July marks national and worldwide celebration of the birthday of our icon Nelson Mandela, and for the first time, we celebrate his birthday posthumously. As we go about creating a better society through the NDP, we must be painful and mindful that ultimately we seek to create a society whose values reflect the text and the spirit of our Constitution that President Mandela signed into law. Let me remind honorable members that a democratic parliament is an institution of the people, is what many of our people died, because it holds the promise that the hopes of our people will become a living reality. Thus, this occasion is not only about the tasks that need to be done, but very importantly, the firm commitment towards fulfilling those tasks and realize the goals of a better life for all our people. Mr. President, the budget vote does inspire confidence, and we are on the right path towards the speedy resolution of the trio challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It is for this reason, Mr. President, that we must find speedy solution on how to implement the NDP even beyond the medium-term strategic framework as our mainstay approach, such as Operation Pakisa. We must indeed leave no stone unturned in accelerating national transformation in every economic sphere and give real hope to our people that a better life is within their immediate grasp. This positive energy must echo in all national departments, all provinces and municipalities. It is a very positive development that all parties welcome the NDP, and if we can likewise fully support its implementation, there is no doubt that will do good for our people. Even more importantly, we shall have rightfully restored the dignity of our people and make this constitution a living document and a source of pride of being a South African. This call is not only to this House, but also to business, to labor, to the youth, to broader society. It is a call we make to all in the public service. Mr. President, this budget vote, as all been doing so in the past 3 weeks, speaks directly to the common position that the National Development Plan is taking the country to. We'll urge members of Parliament to analyze each and every budget vote for its compliance to the NDP and to the medium strategic framework. We have taken stocks on the stride that we have made, and however, we believe that having adopted this NDP, we are confident that together we can move South Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Comrade President. We want to take this opportunity to congratulate the members of the ruling party for coming out openly today in support of the Palestinian struggle. And we hope that they will put more pressure for the president to instruct the removal of the ambassador of Israel. We need to do so because those who were with us during difficult times expect us to act against these barbaric acts that are happening in Palestine. We also want to agree with the Minister of Police that police must not be a force but a service, because what we came to experience yesterday is as a result of police being turned into a force. President, we're coming to speak here on behalf of an organization which is celebrating 1 year this coming Saturday, the 26th of July, 2014. This 26th July marks exactly a year since we opened the National Assembly on what is to be done in Soweto. Many people underestimated the emergence of the EFF and had ruled out the struggle for economic freedom. Ordinary people from all across South Africa gathered to say that enough is enough and declared that we need to take the struggle forward, now on a different platform. When we started, all political parties imitated everything we did because the EFF is innovative and a leader of creativity. These political parties will continue to learn from us and will copy many things we do as a movement, and we are really inspired because imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. We did so because we believe that true radical and militant economic transformation should be pursued through a different platform and not through the liberation movement, which failed to economically liberate the people of South Africa. We said on the 26th of July that the EFF is a government in waiting, and if there's anyone who still doubt that today, that person needs a closer medical attention. The EFF will be government of South Africa, and those who record history should pay closer attention to that, so that when that time comes, they can be able to give a clear account of history. We currently have representation in the two houses of this parliament and all the provincial legislatures. After the 2016 local government election, the EFF will be in all the municipalities. Our aim is to consolidate all the working class and left forces behind a truly radical economic transformation program, which will restore the dignity of ordinary South Africans. We are a true and only representative of the working class in South Africa, and our program will inspire radical economic emancipation movement in the whole of African continent. We have demonstrated with no resources and very little space and time that behind our ideas are genuine ideas of future South Africa. Over the past 2 weeks, we have demonstrated to the people of South Africa that we are not just a critique of the current government, but we hold a concrete and coherent alternative to the programs of all political parties in this parliament. Now, we have rejected the budget votes of all government departments because we argue that they do not represent anything meaningful for a better and economically liberated South Africa. It inspires.
Honorable Malema.
It appears that all political
Honorable
parties.
Malema, please take your seat. What are you raising on, Honorable Mandela?
What's the relevance of this to the budget vote?
It's not a point of order. Proceed, Honorable Member.
It appears that all political parties in this parliament have one program called the National Development Plan, Honorable Mandela. The NDP is supposed to be a vision for government program until 2030, and the majority of its proposals are not practical. They are not practical because, in all fairness, it will never be possible to liberate South Africa unless there is a radical change of property relation, and wherein the wealth of those who stole it through colonial dispossession is transferred to the majority of the people. Honorable Chair, the NDP is not a correct program to take this country to a development path, and here are the reasons why. The NDP does not have protected industrial development at the center of development that South Africa should undergo until 2030. The NDP identified job drivers as services, domestic work, and informal sectors. This is not a sustainable plan because to improve the living conditions of millions of people, you need formal jobs in the industrial sectors because services are not labor intensive. The NDP aims to diminish workers' rights and their protection because it proposes lots of labor cheapening mechanism as a means of attracting investment. This approach is a problem and will never happen because in South Africa, Workers should be priority, and attempts to weaken their rights will be resisted by workers on the ground. The NDP does not place increase of agricultural productivity at the center of development, only targeting an additional 1 million jobs by 2030. This means only 70,000 plus jobs per year in agriculture until 2030. Agriculture and the entire food economy is the most reliable means through which South Africa can guarantee food security and create sustainable jobs for millions of people, not 70,000 per year. In 2030, South Africa population will be more than 65 million people, and that in itself has potential to create millions of jobs if South Africa produces enough food to feed itself and still export to the continent. The NDP does not have a plan on land reform, agricultural productivity, and the food economy. The NDP does not say anything about the need to locally beneficiate mineral resources, and big mining capital is happy with that because they are not interested in local beneficiation. Our people are still landless, propertyless, homeless, and hopeless, and the NDP does not contain cogent program to redistribute the land to all South Africans. The EFF is the only hope and not the NDP, which is a joint program of both the ANC and the TA. We are aware that the current government is denying our people a proper democratic space to democratically participate. We accepted the outcome of 2014 general elections, but such does not mean that they were a true reflection of the wishes of the people. Those elections were presided over by a chairperson who immediately after election was found to be unsuitable to occupy office by a competent court of law, and such happens because the EFF and other political parties took her to court. There are many people here who are not suitable to occupy the positions they are occupying, and the people of South Africa will reject them. It is a matter of time.
Point of order,
Honorable
Chairperson.
Chair. Now our objection to the NDP is not a
What are you raising
slogan,
on?
neither is it a
Honorable
trend
Malema?
we have seen from the ruling party in
Honorable
all the
Malema,
debates.
hold your horses. Please take your seats. Yeah, what are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Honorable Chairperson, I'm raising on the point of order concerning the commissioner, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. That matter is still sub judice because she has lodged an appeal. So please rule on that. Thank you.
Honorable Malema, please be careful. We will come back to reinforce that when we look at the Hansard. It is on a thin basis. Honorable Malema, please proceed.
We have, during the debates in the economic cluster budget votes, raised the realities of base erosion, transfer pricing, and profit shifting. No political party had in the past raised the fact that big business in the minerals and natural resources sector is robbing South Africa of massive potential wealth. The ANC should be in unity with the EFF on this question because combating transfer pricing will mean that the state has access to additional resources to deliver services. The ANC should be in unity with the EFF in combating private sector corporate crime because South Africa is being robbed of its wealth. The problem with the ruling party is that it refuses to accept that South Africa is in a crisis of underdevelopment and poverty. Every time the ruling party addresses this parliament and other platforms, they say they have a good story to tell. What a good story is this when majority of our people are living in absolute poverty? What a good story is this when levels of unemployment are high? What is a good story in this when children do not have access to good quality education? What good story is this when our people do not have access to quality health care? What good story is this when communities still do not have access to clean water? What good story is this when our people do not have access to toilet? Maybe we do not know what the good stories are, but maybe we should accept that what the ruling party preaches in this parliament is indeed a story, a drama which is not worth celebrating. They should change their slogan to, "We have a good drama to tell," because what we have been hearing here is just a drama. It is indeed a drama when a sitting president fails to meet his own deadlines on submitting the report on Nkandla. It is indeed a drama when the sitting president promises the people of Guyana water. 5 years down the line, they do not have water. It is indeed a drama when the president promised the people of Venda a hospital, yet they do not have the hospital. It is a drama when the presiding officers of this house are in the pockets of white mining capitalist companies. We should make sure that we fight against white monopoly capital. Because, Comrade President, those who hold political power now got it from the people, but are exercising that power for the benefit of white monopoly capital. You were voted by the people, but President, you have allowed the white monopoly capital to hijack the people's power by controlling organs of the state. And those who are in SARS who continue to demand that the big corporate must pay more taxes, they are being
Honorable
threatened
Malema,
of suspensions and expulsions
time has
by
expired.
the so-called monopoly capital. Mr. President,
No,
be
honorable
careful
member.
of your deputy president who sleeps with white monopoly capital.
Honorable Schengen.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. We rise in very uncertain times with the intractable conflict in the Middle East foremost on our minds. And I must thank His Excellency, our President, for his very balanced comments on this crisis, which recognize that tragedy exists on both sides. I thank the President for cautioning us on the habit of easily apportioning blame. I commend our President for sending a delegation to the Middle East led by our former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Aziz Pahad. To come to the President's vote, I would like to say, Deputy Speaker, that last year, from this very podium, I made 2 points, one of which I wanted to stress today. When I warned that I would repeat it until action is taken. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we're again debating the President's budget without having the benefit of scrutinizing it in a parliamentary oversight committee. In the case of every government department, the budget is pored over and questioned before we come here to express our agreement or disapproval. Yet when it comes to the Presidency, we rise in this House with limited capacity to debate what is being spent, where it is being spent, and how it is being spent. Is all this traveling necessary, for instance? Could smaller delegations be sent, for instance? Are we achieving our national objectives on each international trip, for instance? These are questions, Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, for an oversight committee to be answered by the Director General in the Presidency. But we are forced to pose them to the President in the House. That is neither fair to the President nor in the interest of our own work. My second point, Deputy Speaker, last year, unfortunately also remains relevant and is an accelerating concern. Unless we take the necessary tough measures to grow our economy and protect it, particularly against corruption, we'll soon look at budget allocations and simply sigh that there is truth in the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Now, we welcome the positioning, Honorable Deputy President, Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency, your positioning, sir, of the Minister of Women within the Presidency, following the poor performance of his predecessor, the Composite Department. For the sake of South Africa's women, we include my wife, for instance, this minister's performance cannot go away, and go the way, rather, of the NYDA, which we still maintain should fall under a dedicated Ministry of Youth Ministry. Our women and our youth deserve better. And lastly, Your Excellency, whatever you hear about the NDP, I support what the Leader of the Opposition stated here, that it is our only wish list as a nation. The development, it is the only wish. But unfortunately, I'm a skeptic too, like him, because I've been in government for 10 years, and I know what happened to the GIA, I know what happened to Askisa, and I know what the South African Communist Party and what the COSATU do. Is the only thing that they have not yet jumped to say, we do not want NDP, we do not want NDP, and they teach with others. Msholozi.
Jenge. Honorable Deputy President. And I believe this is the Deputy President's maiden speech.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President of the Republic, Mr. Jacob Zuma, honorable members, it is indeed a joy to stand before you. It is nearly 18 years since I last stood here to address this House. I don't know what you call this because I did address it 18 years ago. I tried to find out what the opposite of maiden is. I couldn't find it in the dictionary.
That's the problem.
Maybe you're right, maybe it's maiden over. Much has changed in these many years. Sadly, many of the people who I worked with and who occupied these benches as members of the first democratically elected parliament have left us. Those who are still here have in some instances gotten a little grayer and in some instances gotten quite a lot wiser. Some, like my cabinet colleagues, like Minister Hanekom, Minister Hadebe, have lost all that nature created to cover their skulls. Yet I must say that they remain as wise as ever and as young as ever and as good-looking as ever. While much has changed inside this House since I last had the privilege to stand here, most remarkable are the changes that have taken place outside this Parliament, on the streets of our country, in our townships, in our villages, in our classrooms, in our clinics, and in our places of work. A lot has changed. The lives of our people have definitely improved. We can today tell the story of a country that is definitely and determinedly on the move towards a better life for all. It is also a country in which we tell the story of a young girl in Matibi Stad, orphaned young Lesego, who has passed matric and is now studying engineering, financed and supported through the National Students Financial Aid Scheme. And she can say thank you to the ANC government and thank you to Minister Blade Nzimande for making this possible. There is also the tale of our collective sister Fatima in Sophia Town, who now has a title deed to her house, who has returned to Sophia Town, has her own house, and now also has clean drinking water in her house. This is a story also of a country that has moved from being a pariah state in a mere 20 years ago to successfully host the 2010 FIFA World Cup and is now building the biggest telescope in the Southern Hemisphere, commonly known as the SKA. This is South Africa. Honorable members, in his State of the Nation address, President Jacob Zuma outlined the program of action of this government for the next 5 years. This program aims to improve the lives of all the people of our country through radical socio-economic transformation.
It aims to remove all impediments that prevent our people from enjoying the freedom, the human dignity, the equality and material security promised by the 1994 democratic breakthrough. This budget vote underscores the role of the presidency in giving effect to this program to improve the lives of our people. Guided by the vision of building a better life for all, we will dedicate our resources and energies to forge a social compact that brings together all South Africans in pursuit of a common vision for radical social economic transformation. It is a vision that is mostly and eloquently articulated in the Freedom Charter, and which serves as the backdrop of the National Development Plan. It is an ideal in which all South Africans have equal rights and indeed equal opportunities. It is a vision of a society in which poverty is eradicated and inequality is reduced. It is a vision of an economy that is growing, an economy that is creating jobs and generating the resources needed to meet the material needs of our people. Honorable members, the work of the presidency, which includes the responsibilities that the president has delegated to the office of the deputy president, strategically seek to advance this very vision. It is centrally concerned with forging partnerships across society to address our shared challenges. It is about building consensus and promoting collaboration. A critical feature of a successful social compact is that all parties need to recognize that a deal is being struck between the present and the future. This is how we achieved our democratic breakthrough in 1994. As parties came together to negotiate and eventually agreed on the constitution that now governs us, they did so knowing full well that we needed a social compact that addressed the injustices of the past. At the same time, they imagined a future society which is characterized by values of non-racialism, non-sexism, freedom and prosperity for all. Key to understanding and sustaining a social compact is trust. Trust requires honest engagement between social partners on the issues that will move this country forward. Once again, history calls upon all social partners to accept each other's bona fides and to work in concert to accelerate transformation and eliminate inequality. Ordinary people out there in our country appreciate the call to work together. Samwerk, go shumisana, re shume rothe, sibambane izandla. That is what our people long for and yearn for. And this is precisely what President Zuma is seeking to lead this country towards, that we should work together and move this country forward. This is why they came out in large numbers on International Mandela Day in response to President Zuma's cleanup campaign. They cleaned their streets, they cleaned their churches, they cleaned their schools and orphanages and hospitals and many other places. In their millions, South Africans responded to this call because they long to work together. Our job as legislators here is to give them the opportunity to work together, which is what President Zuma is seeking to do. Working together has become part of our DNA. It is what unites us, what makes us also to be quite exceptional. Nowhere is closer alignment and active cooperation more important than working together to build our economy. Our efforts to build social cohesion and promote inclusion depend on our collective ability to address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. In his State of the Nation address, President Zuma announced that he would soon convene a meeting of the Presidential Big Business Working Group. This would, amongst others, seek to remove obstacles to private sector investment in our country. Many in our country are eagerly awaiting the outcomes of this engagement. The President has directed that we engage with NEDLEC social partners to seek solutions to the critical challenge of wage inequality. Among other things, this will include the development of a policy framework for introducing a national minimum wage. Wage inequality extends beyond the promotion of stable labor relations. It goes to the heart of the economy we seek to transform and the caring society that we want to build. We need to forge a common position amongst all stakeholders in NEDLEC on what is required to improve the conditions of workers, to address inequality in the workplace, to improve productivity, and to achieve shared, sustained economic growth. This, we believe, is at the heart of a new social compact that addresses the interests of all South Africans. Honorable members, we need to broaden the reach and deepen the impact of direct job creation interventions that make an immediate difference in the lives of the poor and the unemployed. The ANC's election manifesto recognizes youth unemployment as arguably the country's single most critical challenge. It says that youth empowerment should be fast-tracked. Already, our public infrastructure program is benefiting a number of young people, as all contracts have built-in targets for youth empowerment in line with the Youth Accord. We call on the private sector, companies all over the country of whatever size and nature, to open opportunities to young people through internships, through mentorships, through programs that support young entrepreneurs. Let us swell the ranks of trainees, artisans, and young entrepreneurs in our training and supplier development schemes. It is possible to do this. Those who have sought to go this path have seen great benefits flowing to young people as they take up the opportunities and get skills and become more active participants in advancing their own lives and building the economy of our country. Within the state, we will tackle unemployment and poverty through public employment initiatives like the expanded Public Works Program, the Community Works Program, the Jobs Fund, and the SMME Support Program. These interventions have demonstrated their value in alleviating poverty and also creating opportunities for skills development and workplace experience. We should not disregard the importance of interventions such as these. These are meaningful interventions. Some dismiss them as opportunities or interventions that don't create real jobs. These interventions make a huge difference in the lives of millions of South Africans. Going forward, the Anti-Poverty IMC, which oversees this work, will focus on fewer interventions with greatest impact. Further, program managers will prioritize implementation in economically depressed regions where there are limited prospects of private sector employment. It is proven worldwide that entrepreneurs are unique, as they are innovative, they are often agile, they respond quicker to market opportunities, and are generally more competitive. Herein lies the opportunity to create jobs and transform the structure of our economy. We will pursue initiatives to better coordinate the provision of government support for entrepreneurs and reduce the administrative burden they experience. The Presidency's commitment to inclusivity, participation, and collaboration finds expression in structures like the Human Resource Development Council, which the President spoke about. The Council advises government on the expansion and improvement of our national skills system and its outcomes. Collaboration across sectors is necessary to achieve what I would call a skills revolution. We therefore support the National Education Collaboration Trust, which is a private sector organized labor government initiative to improve our general education system. And we applaud the initiative and the leadership of Mr. Ngasana, who continues to work hard to make this initiative successful. We also recognize and acknowledge the initiative of the Kagiso Trust and Adopt a School Foundation, which is also making a meaningful contribution, particularly in the Free State, where they are working with a number of schools at district level, and this is led by Mr. Ney Kuni and Mr. Khotso Skuman, who are doing a great job. We applaud them for all the work that they do. We call on the private sector to rise to the challenge, to continue to be involved in education initiatives in our country, to deploy resources, to build schools and libraries, to train teachers and give bursaries to our young people. Where the private sector works with government departments, we see meaningful change. Another outstanding example of effective collaboration that has made a huge impact on people's lives is the South African National AIDS Council, SANAC. Even as we acknowledge progress made in our response to AIDS, we are acutely aware of the challenges that still persist. Recent studies, for example, point to a resurgence of infections and diminishing awareness of prevention messages. As we expand our treatment program, our focus will be on targeted interventions amongst high-risk groups such as young women, farm workers, sex workers, students, and people who live in hostels and informal settlements. We will reintroduce the mass communication campaign to make all South Africans aware of the dangers of unprotected sex, intravenous drug use, and other risk behaviors. The fight against AIDS will only be successful if we simultaneously address social conditions that continue to contribute to the burden of disease. These include poor living conditions in informal settlements and limited access to prevention and care services. Working together with our social partners in SANAC, a structure that the President has asked me to chair, we will massively increase our medical male circumcision program. Drawing on the success we have had elsewhere, we are engaged in efforts to prevent the death of initiates, particularly in the Eastern Cape through the introduction of medical male circumcision. Our experience shows that it is indeed possible to accommodate and to mediate the cultural practices within this medical male circumcision program, which has significant benefits for our AIDS prevention strategies. Honorable members, it is fitting that on this note, we should pause to remember those who lost their lives on Air Malaysia flight MH17. Compounding the human tragedy of that disaster was the loss on the eve of the 20th International AIDS Conference in Australia of several leading researchers who supported the work of the South African National AIDS Council. And a number of them had already traversed a number of areas in our country, in our villages, in our townships, especially in Soweto, to do real good research work that has led to some of the progress that we have made. We dip our flag and our heads to them because their death is a real loss to the fight against AIDS. We join the international community in mourning their passing and extend our condolences. Honorable members, Deputy Speaker, oversight is critical to ensuring that government does indeed deliver. The Presidency will provide strategic oversight over government programs as part of monitoring progress towards a capable developmental state. Our task is to support the President in ensuring the achievement of the goals that are contained in ministers' performance agreements. We will focus on strengthening the chain of accountability through the public service. We will support local government in developing its capacity to deliver basic services. As Deputy President, I will support the Service Delivery IMC by visiting service delivery points to assess progress made in revitalizing our local government. We will work with the Minister in the Presidency to monitor the implementation of the National Development Plan, that is Minister Jeff Radebe. We will ensure that departmental strategic plans and annual performance plans are aligned with the medium-term strategic framework and the NDP. We will assess how these relate to the popular mandate reflected in the ANC's 2014 manifesto. We will continue to engage various sectors of society to detail the contribution they have made to the implementation of the NDP. To this end, I have already met the CEOs of major banks who have committed to develop concrete implementation plans that include funding options for our infrastructure program. Mr. President, perhaps this is the time for you to call on the private sector to end the so-called investment strike and to call on them to now invest in our economy and to demonstrate to them that the public sector, as led by yourself, is indeed investing in our economy. It has confidence in the resilience of the South African economy and its efficacy, and that this government is indeed investing. So they too must demonstrate their confidence in our economy and our country by investing in this economy and stop the investment strike. Honorable members, as we seek to collaborate with our social partners to move South Africa forward, so too do we intend to develop a cooperative relationship between the executive and this Parliament. This informs the approach I am taking as leader of government business. As members of the executive, we are first and foremost representatives of our people. We are ultimately accountable through Parliament to the millions of South Africans who voted for our various parties on the 7th of May this year. This requires that we transcend mere compliance with parliamentary rules and practice and instead locate our accountability firmly in the realm of public interest and public benefit. Working together and drawing on past experience, we are putting in place measures to ensure that the process of parliamentary questions does work effectively indeed. We need to ensure that members of the executive discharge their constitutional responsibilities to promote accountability and also be a responsive government. We need to ensure that legislation introduced by the executive is processed timeously and efficiently. The relationship between the executive and the legislature needs to be cooperative. It needs to be honest, and yes, it does need to be robust. Though we may differ at times, as we must, we need a relationship that's characterized by trust and, yes, mutual respect. President Zuma indicated that in the past 20 years of our democracy, we have witnessed our country's re-entry into the family of nations as an equal and reliable partner in peace and security development. Our participation in various international fora is informed by the need to deepen and consolidate the advancement of the African agenda. We as Africans have defined this agenda to advance the renewal of the political and economic governance of our continent. In this connection, I wish to congratulate our President for his role within BRICS and the formation of the BRICS Development Bank. It is through the leadership that he has provided that today South Africa occupies a very proud position amongst leading nations in the world, and we congratulate the President for that. Within the responsibilities assigned to myself as Deputy President by President Zuma, we will continue to consolidate binational relations with countries like Turkey, Nigeria, Germany, Sweden, and the People's Republic of China. Over the past 20 years, South Africa has contributed to peace initiatives in various regions in our continent and further afield. We are motivated by our firm conviction that only by working together and solving problems through negotiation can we achieve peace and prosperity in Africa and beyond. This informs our involvement in South Sudan and Sri Lanka. We continue to interact with various role players in South Sudan to advance peace and stability in this young African nation. And under the guidance and the leadership of our President, we've been able to offer counsel and advice to the various participants in the South Sudan conflict with a view of assisting them to bring that conflict to an end. This we do in support of the African Union and the UN peace initiatives in that country. We have just returned from a successful visit to Sri Lanka, where South Africa was invited to share its experience on the Truth and Reconciliation and Constitution building process with the people of Sri Lanka. Our delegation interacted with President with the President of Sri Lanka, members of his government, and leaders of the opposition, including the leadership of the Tamil National Alliance. In conclusion, honorable members, I wish to thank Dr. Lubisi, the DG in the Presidency, and the Secretary of Cabinet, Busani Ngaweni, my Chief of Staff, and the entire management and the staff in the Presidency for making my integration into the Presidency seamless. I also thank my new team of advisors for agreeing to serve in what is certain to be the era of radical, far-reaching transformation. Once more, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to serve my country and its people in this capacity. My cabinet colleagues, thank you for the camaraderie and the cooperation which I'm enjoying. When I last stood before this House, we had just adopted our first democratic constitution. Nelson Mandela was our president, and we faced the challenge of putting in place the architecture of our democracy, whose foundation was laid by successive leaders of the ANC, including Chief Albert Lutuli, who tragically passed away 47 years ago this week. We worked together to craft a common future by adopting a constitution that served the needs and interests of all. And today, inspired by the life of Nelson Mandela and drawing on our constitution-making experience, we need to work together to improve the lives of our people. We need to forge a consensus, we need to forge a collaboration, and working together, we will be able to move South Africa forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy President. It's now the Honorable the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Zanele Magwazamsiki.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency, the President of our country, President Zuma, the Deputy President, and honorable members. The National Freedom Party has pleasure in supporting the budget to support the programs as they were laid bare to us by the President of our country. But in doing so, we wish to stress once again the need for integrity, adherence to the law, and regulations governing finance, accountability, and transparency. Almost daily, we read of wasteful expenditure of millions of rands of public funds. Very little is recovered, nor are the culprits brought to book. The perception of condemnation of financial mismanagement signals a soft approach that hardly acts as a deterrent. In fact, there has been no abatement of abuse of public funds. The NFP is strongly opposed to the recycling of offenders from one department to another and to other spheres of government. They must be permanently excluded from any public office. Mr. President, it is time to adopt a standard measure to put an end to corrupt practices, to adopt a zero tolerance for financial misdemeanor, and to prevent such practices from becoming an endemic way of doing business. Finance is a scarce resource. More and more demands are made from limited resource of income, and unless financial prudence becomes the norm, the country will be plunged into greater financial burden that will impact on our democracy. The realization of the objectives of the National Development Plan will be severely impacted through millions of rands slipping through the cracks, and I make the urgent plea for reconstructive action to put us on track. The President is invested with some powers and functions by the Constitution of our country. One of them is coordinating functions of state departments and administrations to ensure that all of them are functioning optimally. We congratulate the Presidency for the launch of Operation Pakisa, which aims at implementing programs better, faster, and effectively. I hope that it will also ensure that staff members employed do their work and not use a lot of consultants who are paid a lot of money, and that all vacancies in all departments, especially HODs, are filled timeously for speedy implementation of the programs as they were laid bare to us by the Presidency. Honorable Speaker, as we deliberate here at this time, we are witnessing tragedy unfolding around the world. Hundreds of lives have been needlessly lost in Malaysia airline crash in the war-torn Ukraine. Hundreds of lives lost in the conflict in the Middle East, in
Honorable
Gaza and
Deputy
Israel.
Minister, I regret your time. Please go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you very much. Honorable the Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Naledi Pandor.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, honorable members, we saw many minutes ago that Aisafani, Honorable Maimani EDA. Ngoba uye wangena Honorable Maimani, Honorable step aside Maimani. Was stepper aside ulindiwe. Aisafani EDA. Na hanekile Honorable Maimani, ne ke tla tlhabiwa ke ditlhong gore Western Cape ke yona e ko pele mo di-provinceng tsotlhe tsa Afrika Borwa. Ne ke tla nna le ditlhong tse ha ke nagana Khayelitsha, ha ke nagana metsi a ko Taiwan, mo batho ba sa kgoneng go robala teng ha pula e nna. Ne ke tla lela ha ke nagana Delft, ne ke tla lela ha ke nagana Mitchell's Plain. Ne ke tsa ke bua ka tsona ekete se se diragang moo ke so se se leng sentle thata. Ke bua ka Western Cape ka gore ke yona e go teng e na le maemo, mme ba nnang teng ko ba lela ka gore ba agileng ko bo Khayelitsha ga re ba bone ko Constantia, ga re ba bone ba isiwa Claremont, ga re ba bone ba agelwa ko Rondebosch. Ne ke tla nna le ditlhong tota. Ke makala ke utlwa gote badiri ba ska nna ba dirisa se e leng sa bone mo constitution, mo molaotheong wa naga ya rona. Re ba file tetlo ya gore motho ga batla go strike, ga sa batla go dira, a ikemele, a re ke batla gore ke amogele sentle. Se re se batlang ke gore Honorable Maimane a go bua le ba fang die madi, ba humileng, a ba kope gore ba duela batho sentle. Ke sone seo se se ka dirang gore re bua sentle. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this budget vote and the well thought out objectives that are elaborated in the Presidency strategic plan. I wish to begin by asserting that President Jacob Zuma must be congratulated for having pursued the crafting of the NDP. It is our plan, it is our future vision. Of course, we have built a democracy in which any organization has the right to oppose what it wills to oppose. Hence, COSATU can say what it wishes. We brought about that democracy so that that might happen. And we should not throw out this plan because of such objection. Our government has done a great deal to build a solid foundation for future growth. This foundation has led to this point. We now have a long-term plan that will inform government policy and action. The ANC's 2012 National Conference endorsed the National Development Plan as our Vision 2030. There have been attempts by many to appropriate the National Development Plan and to suggest inadequate commitment by ourselves. This is extremely far from the truth. The NDP is the first attempt in our country to develop a long and medium-term plan aimed at accelerating the implementation of ANC's policies. It sets out a Vision 2030 for South Africa with key targets to be met and identifies specific steps for implementation. It takes a strategic, wide-ranging view at the challenges and opportunities before us, and is based on an extensive consultation with the South African public. It is actually absolutely untrue that the NDP does not refer to beneficiation. It does. I know it's a long document, but every page must be read. The NDP is an integrated approach to policy making, combining theory, evidence, and practice with the aim of ensuring pragmatism and continuous learning in implementation and governance. It advocates a radical transformation in the economy within the context of a mixed economy. It calls for a strong and effective state that is able to intervene on behalf of the poor and marginalized in order to correct the historic imbalances of power and the accumulation of wealth. It proposes a dialogue between a range of sectors in our country as a means towards ensuring investment, employment, and growth. And our president has committed to that dialogue before us today. The NDP builds on the Freedom Charter and the Reconstruction and Development Program. In many ways, it seeks to extend and realize the objectives contained in these documents. As the RDP said, no political democracy can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty, continued, and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government. The Freedom Charter united our people behind a core set of progressive objectives that live today in our Constitution. The RDP was the catalyst for the critical development of interventions at the birth of our democracy. The NDP, as the outcome of a process of national consultation and consensus seeking, builds on the early successes of our young democracy and creates the basis for steering our freedom to maturity. The NDP suggests that for 20 years of freedom, we have been shaping a new story about ourselves. We must live our story and renew it as we learn new lessons. Honorable Maimani, I have a sister. I also have a daughter who is a little older than your sister. And I feel sorry for your sister to have such a pessimistic brother. I encourage my sister to have hope in the future. I have raised my daughter to be optimistic, and I would like you to do the same for your poor sister. The NDP is our new story. The NDP is premised on a number of pillars that we must pay attention to. Firstly, it calls on us to unite all South Africans around a common purpose. Sadly, we've probably lost these to the extreme left, but nevertheless, unity is what we must pursue. There will only be unity if the effectiveness of redress measures, such as Black economic empowerment and employment equity, improve. The second of these key pillars is an active citizenry. In many respects, South Africa has an active and vocal citizenry, but an unintended outcome sometimes of government action has been to reduce the incentive for citizens to be those who determine the character of their lives. The state has a vital role to play, but all of us can and must make a contribution. And that's how the Honorable Maimani will change his sister, by encouraging her that she can make a difference. Some of the honorable members in this House do not recognize that all of us have a role to play that is positive in building a new society. The third of these pillars is the building of an inclusive economy. An inclusive economy has to be grown in South Africa. We need to act as government to ensure that we give rise to this inclusiveness. We need to coordinate. We need to ensure the economy grows. The National Development Plan reminds us that social cohesion needs to anchor our strategy of inclusivity. If South Africa, it says, registers progress in deracializing ownership and control of the economy without reducing poverty and inequality, transformation will be superficial. Similarly, if poverty and inequality are reduced without demonstrably changing ownership patterns, the country's progress will be turbulent and tenuous. The fourth that we must attend to is the subject of skills, which our Deputy President has addressed most competently. We must ensure that more and more of our young people enjoy access to non-traditional professions, that we welcome new entrants, particularly Black people, women, and persons with disabilities, into fields they've not enjoyed access to before. The fifth that was addressed extremely well by the Chief Whip of the majority party is that of building a capable and developmental state. Not just a state staffed by people with appropriate skills, but a developmental state capable of intervening to correct historical inequalities. The NDP says a developmental state needs to be capable, but a capable state does not materialize by decree, nor can it be legislated or waved into existence by declarations. It has to be built brick by brick, institution by institution, and sustained and rejuvenated over time. It requires leadership, sound policies, skilled managers and workers, clear lines of accountability, appropriate systems, and consistent and fair application of rules. This is what we must achieve. The sixth pillar speaks to leadership. We need leaders throughout society who work together to solve our problems. At the ANC National Conference, government was challenged as follows: that it should build the strategic, organizational, and technical capacities with a view to building a democratic, developmental state. The President and his presidency has been single-minded in pursuing this directive from the Mangaung Conference. Looking back over the period of the last term, the President and the presidency can be justly proud that we have, since 2009, seen the emergence of many more new jobs. We have significantly reduced the level of severe poverty for millions of our people. It's not me saying this on my own. Just look at the research reports of the South African Institute of Race Relations if you do not believe me. For example, the Institute says, since 1994, over 1,000 households have been connected to the electrical grid every day. Since 1994, more than 3 million houses have been built. Since 1994, 12 formal houses have been erected for every shack that has gone up. Not me, an independent institute. Since 1994, which is, by the way, not a friend of the African National Congress. Since 1994, the number of people receiving social grants has increased tremendously. And yet, as many reports point out, honorable members, Deputy Speaker, our Gini coefficient, that indicator that measures economic inequality, continues to be a blight on our society. The challenge of inequality in South Africa is a deep societal problem. It will require extraordinary effort and common purpose. If we are to succeed in reducing inequality, Vision 2030, as set out in the NDP, is a plan that can support this objective. We have a number of studies on poverty and inequality that do suggest we're making some progress. The holder of the Saki Chair on Poverty and Inequality at the University of Cape Town is leading a massive national longitudinal study on poverty. Their early results suggest that government policy has had a positive impact through the social support that we provide. We've been able to lift millions out of poverty. However, the reports indicate there are many who slip back into poverty, and we need to devise interventions that ensure that we have sustainable change in our social conditions. We are pleased that the National Development Plan devotes a great deal of time and attention to the matter of science and technology. It says these fields are about finding solutions to real problems that we face, especially in the fields of nutrition and healthcare. It calls on South Africa to sharpen its innovative edge and continue contributing to global scientific and technological advancement. This, it says, requires greater investment in research and development, better use of existing resources, and more nimble institutions that facilitate innovation and enhance cooperation between public science and technology institutions and the private sector. We spend as a country less than 1% of GDP on research and development. Leading innovative countries spend a lot more. Japan spends 3%, the United States spends 2.8% of GDP. We need a concerted African effort to generate an interest in science and technology. We are, through our department, encouraging new linkages and activities linking Africa and the African diaspora. The NDP asserts that education is the great leveler. The most effective way to eradicate poverty is through education. Education is fundamental to the achievement of the society that we envisaged in the Freedom Charter and in the NDP. Education can never be, as the President has said many times, a departmental issue or even a government issue, but one that all of us have to confront. I believe there are three key actions that we need to take to make education occupy the attention and energy of all our people. And I know there are interventions that Minister Mochecha has assiduously pursued. First, our schools must become supportive learning communities with education committees focused on teaching and learning to create a real opportunity for success. Our teachers should work coherently together. If we build learning communities, we will have all drawing on the entire school's human and material resources. We will throw off the shackles of victimhood and set ourselves on a path of whole school achievement. Clearly, more must be done to achieve in mathematics and science. Doing well in maths and science at school will make it easier for young people to access tertiary education and those scarce fields of professional opportunity we desire them to take up. We believe success should be the concern of the entire community, as our President has called for, including religious leaders, professionals, local government structures, and all district officials. The hands-off attitude prevalent in many communities needs to be changed into an attitude and practice of community care and attention. Communities, especially parent communities, must take a deeper interest in the progress of their schools. Local communities should know the state of schooling and encourage school governing bodies, parents, and teachers to invest in education. We must also restore the family to education. Families should take a much more active interest in school meetings and in the progress of their children. Parents and caregivers should inculcate manners and positive values in learners. An important area dealt with in the National Development Plan is that of the empowerment of women. The choices and opportunities provided to girls and women in South Africa play a critical role in determining the extent to which future economic and poverty reduction plans will be realized. This is what the NDP says. Our recommendations along these lines of women empowerment are as follows. Public employment should be expanded to provide work for the unemployed with a specific focus on youth and women. Access to safe drinking water, electricity, and quality early childhood education could free women from doing unpaid work and help them to seek jobs. By 2030, people living in South Africa should have no fear of crime. Women, children, and those who are vulnerable should feel protected. Security of tenure should be created for communal farmers, especially women. The Department of Health should design and pilot a nutrition intervention program for pregnant women and young children. Coverage of antiretroviral treatment to all HIV-positive persons should be expanded, as Minister Motsoaledi has done. Effective microbicides should be offered routinely to all women 16 years and older. Of course, we know that today, with the leadership of the African National Congress, new opportunities are available to girls and women. In fact, South Africa, led by our president and all our former presidents, has achieved a level of gender equality that has only been accomplished in other countries after many decades of democracy. Our success in this aspect of social change has been supported by a progressive constitution and a strong and visible advocacy for gender equality. We've reached gender parity at school and university level. We've also widened access to a range of opportunities for young women who were excluded from such opportunities before. Speaker, we have laid the foundation. We can accelerate progress. This is our vision, a South Africa for all, where all feel and are included. Led by our president and the ANC, let us work to make Vision 2030 a reality for South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we will have a 15-minute break. The table here says I must remind you gently that when you hear the bells, it means please come back fast. We are about to start. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn.
there was just one member was saying that the light was flickering, and then it stopped. But the only reason they pushed the button, and you can't hear it from there. You guys had the same stuff that could hear it.
Sir, I'm putting the pressure that we tested now, that this needs to be cleared. Okay, but I don't know how to clear this queue. How do you clear this queue?
he's changed. You see here. Have they changed him?
Where's the master?
Yeah, just check. So he's changed.
No, but where is
Because you see, Regina is telling me that you have Mr. Fultani's name. Maybe because it's changed.
It's changed, yeah, it's on the master.
Because they're calling me to say, hey, you put the wrong face in. No, it's fine. I'm okay. Okay.
Oh no, did you bring yours, hey? No. Because I'm gonna score some yellow cards. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not worried.
How did you manage that?
I just grabbed it in that box.
Oh, okay.
Just water.
Mark didn't want to give you. You said no.
Oh man, leave them with the box if you want.
That's all right. He'll bring me a bottle and a glass. I don't like sitting here and drinking out of the water.
Yeah, it's like,
It's a bit left. It's not exactly how I think. Concert in the corridor.
So the mic is pitched at the right level.
So your time will be up here. So we'll take you down for your time. There's water always on the right hand side here. If you need to adjust the podium, it is adjustable. You can just move it up and down. But it's probably at the right height already for you.
Did you speak off paper or iPad yesterday? Better, eh?
I usually take two up. I've got a great program on my iPad called Teleprompter. So it allows me to load a speech and then I can choose the speed and a teleprompt. It works like a proper teleprompter. But I always carry a paper version of it in case
Just in
something
case
goes
you
wrong.
get back up, no.
But I just didn't have time to put it on my teleprompter. I finished my speech yesterday.
We've always been going home 10 o'clock. We used to go home very late, 10 o'clock.
Please be seated. It's now the turn of the Minister of Economic Development. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, Honourable President and Deputy President, Honourable Members and Cabinet colleagues. Last week, Mr. President, you met with your BRICS counterparts in the city of Fortaleza in Brazil. The 5 leaders represented almost half of the world's citizens and accounted for 21% of the global economic output produced every year. At Fortaleza, Mr. President, you and your colleagues concluded a few groundbreaking agreements that will bring concrete, tangible benefits to the lives of our people. The first is the decision on the BRICS New Development Bank, which will mobilize savings across the 5 BRICS countries to help promote development and fund infrastructure projects. The bank will be headquartered in Shanghai, and its first operational arm, namely the African Regional Center, will be located in Johannesburg and will be launched concurrently with the Shanghai headquarters. We expect that African infrastructure will be a special focus of the funding plans of the bank. The second is the conclusion of a treaty to establish a BRICS contingency reserve arrangement with an initial size of just over R1 trillion. The BRICS members will commit resources from their own foreign reserves that a member can draw on during periods of market panic or speculation, or what the agreement calls short-term liquidity pressures. South Africa was given a special dispensation on drawing rights, while we commit up to roughly 50 billion rand that can be drawn from our foreign reserves if the need arises. We, in turn, can draw roughly 100 billion rand from the pool if needed. The relevance of this is not simply, Mr. President, that you were in Fortaleza to witness the signing of the agreement and the treaty, both of which will now be referred to the legislatures of the BRICS countries for ratification. It is that you steered our efforts from 2009 to be part of BRICS, and it is a tribute to your skill and your contribution, Mr. President, that our economy can now benefit so tangibly, so concretely from these very significant agreements. In March this year, Mr. President, you visited the Sekhukhune area in Limpopo to open the new De Hoop Dam that will hold almost 350 million cubic meters of water. The dam was one of hundreds of projects in the National Infrastructure Plan, which is coordinated by the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission. Over the past 5 years, the state's infrastructure program saw 1.1 trillion rand invested to build railroads, schools and universities, clinics and hospitals, power stations, pipelines, public transport systems, dams and irrigation schemes. To show the scale of the program, I want to quote just 2 statistics. One that's backward-looking to the last 5 years, one that's forward-looking to this administration. In the period of the last administration, 176 million liters of drinkable water per day became available for South Africans to consume through new or expanded water treatment works that were completed. That is equal to almost a glass of water per day for every person in sub-Saharan Africa, produced here in South Africa through the programs that we've put in place. In the next 5 years, we plan to complete the construction of coal-fired power stations, of solar plants, of wind farms, and the Ngula pump storage facilities that together will bring 15,000 megawatts of energy into our grid, into the economy, into the homes of our people. Mr. President, honorable members, that is equal to the energy generated by 8 new Koeberg nuclear power stations. So in the period of this 5 years, it's like we will be switching on 8 Koeberg nuclear power stations. Your vision to set up the PICC and to chair it over the past 3 years has been the basis for us making progress across so many of the infrastructure programs. We have built on the infrastructure program by focusing on the cartels that overcharge for the building of roads and dams and stadia. The competition authorities have uncovered a major price-fixing ring in the construction industry, which led to penalties of 1.5 billion rand, the dismantling of the cartel, and further action that will now be taken against these examples of corporate corruption. In November last year, Mr. President, you visited Uitenhage in the Eastern Cape to meet workers and management at a major assembly plant owned by Transnet, and you launched a new rail wagon designed locally that can transport new cars from the factory to the market. This visit underscored the efforts made by government to push the industrialization agenda. In short, it's about moving ourselves from a nation of importers to a nation of manufacturers. We've taken some solid initial steps to carry out that mandate you gave Cabinet. For example, working with 2 vehicle manufacturers, we have now 2 manufacturing facilities that produce minibus taxis here in South Africa. 5 years ago, they were all imported. In the past 2.5 years, we produced 24,000 taxis locally. Working together with bus manufacturers for the new BRT system in our cities, we mandated local authorities to buy locally made buses. Today, 2 factories in Germiston and Cape Town have produced 400 buses using South African workers, creating investment here, promoting local development. Our localization efforts promote innovation. Members of Parliament who are fans of Grey's Anatomy, a medical drama series on television, will have seen the full-body scanner that's used to provide doctors with real-time digital images of a trauma patient. That scanner is made here in South Africa from technology we own, funded by the state corporation, the Industrial Development Corporation, and now exported to medical facilities across the world. The factory is located in Kramerville in Gauteng. Last year in April, Mr. President, you directed a team of cabinet ministers to convene a meeting at the Hector Peterson Memorial Square in Orlando in Soweto. The purpose of the meeting was to sign a youth employment accord with youth formations, business leaders, trade union leaders, community representatives. You subsequently convened the first presidential youth indaba in Ekurhuleni in February this year to find out what have we done. We can report government has launched youth entrepreneur funds worth 2.7 billion rand, and of this sum, more than 300 million rand has already been allocated or disbursed to youth projects, like the building company owned by a young man in Seshego that is building classrooms, a nutrition center, and fencing for a primary school. A few days ago, Mr. President, you launched a new initiative in eThekwini, Operation Pakisa, to unlock the economic potential of our oceans. In 2010, the ocean economy contributed about 54 billion rand to South Africa's GDP, and it accounts for thousands of jobs already. The available evidence shows that South Africa's oceans can generate at least 177 billion rand into our GDP by 2033. The blue economy, as it's called, includes marine aquaculture, marine transport, offshore oil and gas exploration, and marine protection. In February, Mr. President, you visited Addis Ababa to work with other leaders on the African continent to facilitate greater cooperation. The work in the AU follows the launch of talks on a free trade agreement that you convened in Joburg that brought leaders and representatives of 26 countries together. These talks are critical to build greater economic integration on this continent that's fast-growing, with a young population, with enormous mineral, oil, water, and agricultural resources, but that only accounts today for 3% of global GDP. Through our work with our partners, such as Nigeria, Angola, Kenya, and others, we can expand Africa's economies, Africa's jobs, Africa's development. And this is creating jobs here in South Africa. Indeed, our trade with the rest of the continent is worth 250 billion rand, and Africa has now become the biggest market for our manufactured goods, and it sustains almost 170,000 jobs here in South Africa. In the period of the last administration, honorable members, we grew trade with the rest of the continent by 170 billion rand, or 160%. Just by way of example, Ford's manufacturing plant in South Africa has already sold 23,000 Ranger bakkies to other countries on the continent. Bakkies that are made here in South Africa. Honorable members, the Honorable Maimane calls for leadership. What he means by leadership is dividing the ruling alliance, fighting with components in the society. What you demonstrate by leadership, Mr. President, is a visit to Fortaleza in Brazil, or Sekhukhune in Limpopo, or Soweto in Gauteng, or Utrecht in the Eastern Cape, or Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, to change the lives of our people, to lay the foundations for radical economic transformation. By radical economic transformation, we mean some fundamental shifts. It means placing the economy on a qualitatively different growth path from the past. One that ensures more rapid and inclusive growth, that reduces inequality, that deracializes the economy, that increases employment and leads to higher investment. The National Development Plan, as the overall planning framework for government, sets a growth target of at least 5% a year and emphasizes measures to ensure that the benefits of growth are equitably shared. Central to meeting the vision enshrined in the National Development Plan is implementation. Implementation of the new growth path, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, and the National Infrastructure Plan. This morning, honorable members, Cabinet adopted the medium-term strategic framework, the 5-year action plan that brings these policy and implementation strategies together into a single, coherent whole that Minister Radebe will be announcing in due course. It commits us to take forward, not in theory, not in flowery speeches, not in poetic language, but in concrete action, the program of radical economic transformation. We are looking for radical outcomes and a radically different way of doing things, building on our successes in the past. The pillars of that radical economic transformation are set out in 9 areas. On the infrastructure rollout that must change the spatial geography of the past and bring services to our people. On expanding the productive sectors of the economy, growing manufacturing, mining and agriculture, and opening up new areas of economic growth, such as the oceans economy, the green economy, and shale gas. It means becoming more inclusive and using innovation, taking steps to move towards 75% localization of goods procured by the state. The third is a macroeconomic and financial framework that supports job-creating growth, ensuring a counter-cyclical fiscal stance, a beefed-up role for development finance institutions, and discussions with the banks to ensure they broaden access to financial services. The fourth is improving skills in the economy, starting with basic education, focusing on vocational training, bringing the SETAs into the system, strengthening universities. The fifth is reducing workplace conflict and improving cooperation between government, business, and labor. The President outlined earlier the convening of a number of presidential working groups to build strong bilateral relationships between the state, business, workers, and communities, and to lay the basis for social compacts. And the Deputy President outlined the essential elements of those compacts. The sixth is about social and economic inclusion for youth, for women, for small businesses, for the rural poor, for cooperatives. It means addressing the culture of collusion, cartels, and private monopolies that keep young people and black South Africans out of the economic mainstream, that imposes costs on the economy and that unfairly benefit a few. We will strengthen the competition authorities' power to act decisively against cartels and monopolies, including giving effect to legal provisions to criminalize cartel action. The seventh, Mr. President, is about removing unnecessary red tape, speeding up decision-making in the state. If we want to deliver to our people, we need to streamline building licenses, environmental impact assessments, company registrations, tax compliance, work permits for scarce skills, mining licenses, water licenses, and access to municipal infrastructure services. The eighth is to expand employment opportunities through a major expansion of public employment projects, using the EPWP and community works programs as a platform, but improving the work experience for participants and focusing more on young people. The ninth area is addressing the spatial imbalances in economic opportunities to bring poorer provinces into the economic mainstream and drive agricultural employment and agrarian transformation, focusing on an urban economic strategy that integrates residential development, investment in public transport networks, better coordinated job creation, and economic development programs at local level, expanding special economic zones with targeted incentives, modern infrastructure, and streamlined administrative services. Honourable members, these 9 areas need a major improvement in promoting innovation through research and development to drive the economy into high-value-add sectors that pay good wages, that provide sustainable industrialization opportunities, that inspire young people and produce smart solutions for the country and the continent's challenges. That vision contrasts with Honourable Maimane, who in Obama's tones that rose and fell dramatically, moved from sniping at government, the ANC, the Alliance, and I guess the millions who voted for the ruling party, and reading a praise poem to the DA administration in the Western Cape in a warmed-up version of the DA election story that was rejected by 78% of South African voters. No matter how many times we give the figures, the story from the DA spin machine is repeated endlessly, passionately, until it becomes the storyline for the country. But what are the facts? Let's compare the performance of the DA in the Western Cape against that of the ANC when it ran the Western Cape from 2004 to 2009. On a growth metric, I know this is uncomfortable truth, but perhaps you should listen to it. On a growth metric, under DA rule, the Western Cape grew by 3.3% from 2009 to 2012, the latest available data. From 2004 to 2009, under ANC rule, the Western Cape grew by 4.2% a year. Who runs the province better? Under DA rule, the Western Cape created 124,000 jobs from March 2009.
Members, you are supposed to be honorable. Be quiet, please.
Deputy Speaker.
Oh, yes. Who's that? Yes.
What
are you rising on?
Will the Minister take a question?
If there's time at the end, I'd love to.
Sure.
Under DA rule, the Western Cape created 124,000 jobs from March 2009 to March 2014. Many, by the way, as a direct result of national government initiatives, subsidies, incentives, and trade measures. For example, Hisense in Atlantis. Under ANC rule, the Western Cape created 370,000 jobs in that period. Under ANC rule, the Western Cape was the best performer in the matric exams. Under DA rule, the Western Cape fell to 4th place in 2013. And then, and only then, did the DA question the matric results. In the middle of a city that styles itself as the design capital of the world, the ignored part of the city cannot get decent toilets. There are many people in the Western Cape without water, living in shacks. While the DA sings the praises of small business in the National Assembly, in the Western Cape, where it governs, it stopped funding for the Red Door project that supports small businesses, while national government put 2 billion rand into the Western Cape to support small, medium, and micro enterprises. That is the truth. That is the difference between rhetoric and reality. That is the failures when the DA actually is in government. So let me conclude, Mr. President. What we've seen over the last number of years is an example of us laying the foundation for stronger, more inclusive, more job-creating economic growth. We have now an opportunity to go forward. We have an opportunity to build on that and strengthen the work of government. The medium-term strategic framework, Mr. President, gives practical expression to the National Development Plan, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Cardo. Honorable members, even if you heckle, keep your voices low, please.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Minister in the Presidency. 2 years ago, this House adopted the National Development Plan. Today, the Presidency should be driving its implementation with a laser-like focus. But instead of implementation, we have inaction. Instead of single-mindedness, we have doublespeak. Doublethink, George Orwell wrote, is the power of holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously and accepting both of them. That is exactly what the ANC does. On the one hand, we have a national development plan that, if it were properly implemented, would reduce poverty through a virtuous cycle of growth and development. On the other, we have before this House a raft of legislation that will intensify state intervention, devastate growth and jobs, deter investment, and diminish policy certainty. Laws like the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill and the Infrastructure Development Act are the product of doublethink. Their titles are doublespeak because these laws will actually destroy development. Deputy Speaker, the Presidency sits at the apex of government. It directs all government business. It serves as the nucleus of strategic leadership and coordination. It is responsible for integrated planning and policy coherence. So the Presidency needs to lead with single-mindedness on development. We've heard a great deal in this debate about the developmental state. But what does development entail? Well, it requires us to extend opportunities to all, not to manipulate outcomes for a few. It requires us to build capabilities, not to limit them. And it requires us to partner the state as active citizens, not as passive recipients of handouts or favors. Above all, for the cycle of development to turn, we need growth, we need jobs, and we need investment. The National Development Plan recognizes this, but do the members opposite? Some do, but many don't, because there is doublethink at the heart of the ANC's developmental agenda. Deputy Speaker, nowhere is the ANC's developmental doublethink more pronounced than when it comes to the development of our youth. Like the NDP, the Presidency's 20-year review trumpets a developmental approach to youth empowerment, one that focuses, and I quote, on making the youth agents of their own advancement and not just passive recipients of government services, close quote. Yet, the body in the Presidency tasked with youth development, the National Youth Development Agency, is only interested in the empowerment and advancement of its own office bearers. They are the not-so-passive recipients of political patronage dispensed to the cadres of the ANC Youth League and the Young Communist League. Deputy Speaker, 10 years ago, the former Minister of Planning in the Presidency, Trevor Manuel, then in his capacity as Minister of Finance, identified two pillars of a developmental budget. One pillar, he said, is made up of how much the state spends on fighting poverty and deprivation, and the other pillar on how much it spends extending opportunities to all its citizens. A developmental budget must balance these two pillars. If one dominates, the minister concluded, and I quote, then the outcome is likely to be a reinforcement of poverty in the long term. So, just how developmental is the NYDA's budget? In 2014 and 15, the NYDA will spend 189 million rand of its 408 million rand grant on salaries. It will spend only roughly 10% of its available resources on its economic participation program, and it will spend only roughly 10% on its education and skills development program. In other words, nearly 50% of the NYDA's budget will go to oiling the wheels of its own gravy train, not providing economic opportunities for the youth. In a country with the third highest youth unemployment rate in the world, at 50% according to the World Economic Forum, this is a scandal. Deputy Speaker, the NYDA is like an addict. Maladministration, fraud, corruption, and irregular and wasteful expenditure are its fix. The agency says it wants to come clean, but it has a history of being hooked. In 2013, the Auditor General found that the agency's irregular expenditure amounted to over 195 million rand over a period of 2 years, and that it was unlikely to recover 212 million rand in loans. The Public Protector launched an investigation into the NYDA amidst allegations and counter-allegations by its board members of credit card fraud to the tune of 50,000 rand per month. Then the agency blew 10 million rand on an awards ceremony. But Deputy Speaker, none of this quite puckers up to the events of 2010, when the NYDA blew over 100 million rands worth of kisses on a kissing competition known as the World Festival of Youth. This really was the kiss of death for youth development. Deputy Speaker, we should have learnt our lesson by now. When the NYDA purses its lips, it's time to cut the purse strings. In fact, maybe it's time to kiss the NYDA goodbye. Deputy Speaker, instead of paying lip service to youth development, let us put our money where our mouth is in a more profitable way. Let us channel the NYDA's budget into the youth wage subsidy and the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. If we don't, the pillars of the developmental budget won't balance. We will be reinforcing poverty in the long term, and we will be perpetuating the ruling party's developmental doublethink. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Filter.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, and honorable members. Socio-economic transformation should be at the epicenter of every program that government puts its money on. The UDM welcomes the opening of the doors for more land claims to be submitted. However, it is concerned that the department remains behind with the settlement of already validated claims. There's still 744 that will remain after this current financial year, which must still be attended to. This delays people's access to land, and the overall effect thereof is that It may not be long before you find that a whole lot of South Africans still remain landless. And that affects the very definition of what you call a state, because state is people plus land. So, Mr. President, the UDM wants to make an appeal to you to give this matter some urgent attention. On food security, Chairperson, the statistics show that over 5 million South Africans battle to find their next meal. We do have a number of departments, and particularly agriculture as well as land reform, have got this particular responsibility to make sure that this does happen. It pains the UDM to see people going on empty stomachs almost daily. We're talking large numbers here, over 5 million. The recent spate of hijackings and cruel attacks on innocent and young citizens by animalistic and inhuman criminals robs us of our hard-fought freedom and security. We are entitled to that security. So I want to make an earnest appeal to the police department to make sure that criminals are brought to book in order to avoid the emergence of mob justice. The government doesn't do this with speed to erase the possible foundation of achieving goals set in the National Development Plan. Lastly, education is a basic need and right for so many of our children. It needs to be attended to in the quality form. Mr. President, incidents where children cannot go to school because of poor school transport programs, this robs the children of their right. The UDM is up to support the budget, but the matters that we have raised, we appeal to the whole executive, starting with you, Mr. President. Do give these matters serious attention. They deserve your attention, particularly on the issue of land that is being acquired by foreigners. 100 years from now, we may find ourselves in a situation where the majority of South Africans could be landless and renting land from foreign owners.
Thank
This
you,
needs
Honorable
your
Member.
attention.
On that
Thank you
happy
very much.
note, thank you very much. Honorable Melden.
Deputy Speaker, I have visited many countries throughout the world. Only when one returns from such a visit does one appreciate how exceptionally a country South Africa is, how beautiful our nature, our unique people with their diverse languages and cultures, and then the unbelievable economic potential of this country. So at the same time, I look at the conflict in Israel and the Ukraine, and I realize how easily wrong decisions can overnight turn a beautiful country into a war zone. This will never happen in South Africa, some political commentators claim. So I disagree. Short-sighted political leaders who selfishly only promote their own supporters and disadvantage other people and minorities could cause such a conflict overnight. Take the Ivory Coast as an example. From independence in 1960, the Ivory Coast was a model of peaceful coexistence and economic growth in Africa. Suddenly, after 40 prosperous years, the Ivory Coast erupted in 1999 with a coup d'etat, followed by political instability and civil war because the government had not been sensitive to all the different conflicting elements. The majority of South Africans want to live in peace and prosperity. But most of the elements which causes conflicts in other countries are also present in South Africa. In South Africa, we have rich and poor, low economic growth, unemployment, race, ethnicity, language, cultural differences, religious differences, emotions on all sides about land, etc., etc. Sir President Mandela realized this, and he went out of his way to reach out to find common ground and to deal with the conflicts to all groups. My criticism at the moment is that the current ANC leadership is increasingly irresponsible with their comments on some of these conflicting elements. People expect it of radicals who want conflict, but not from government leaders. When the Honourable Nkwinti, for example, announces that 50% of farmers' lands will be taken away, it creates huge expectations with ANC supporters on the one side and fierce resistance with black and white landowners on the other side. That's conflict potential. With more time, I could mention a lot more. So when I listened to the young and future leaders on all sides, they were not part of the settlement in 1994. I hear irresponsible how they propagate nothing else but camouflage, revenge, and conflict. Listen to the speeches. Read the social media debates. President, you have to indicate to which extent you agree with these statements. Is there a place in South Africa for everyone, or only for ANC supporters, the people out there ask me? So you have to give hope for the future, not only with words, but also with actions that reach out to everyone. Is it a crisis? Yes. Only when government leaders do not react to these radical statements, it creates a climate within which these people act in a racist way and then believe it carries the necessary approval. Once these views become the view of the majority of people in the country, we find ourselves in an Israel or a Ukraine situation. South Africa, sir, is a beautiful country with beautiful people. But do not think that it cannot happen here as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Morena Lokota.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, members of the House. The occasion of the discussion of the President's debate is an important one because it indicates whether the country has advanced from where it was or not. When we closed the last term, our country was 1.5 billion rand in debt. It is at 1.59 today. Now, that's a huge problem. And what is happening is, of course, that we have lost fiscal space. Money available for servicing the needs of the people has decreased. I had thought that the President would do something about the size of both government and administration. That was not done. In fact, now we've got a much bigger government, which does mean that we have now taken steps to divert even more resources towards servicing the state itself and less available for the people. So that's a big problem. The worst problem is that last week, at the end of the World Cup, the President was in Brazil and took some decisions after the World Cup to impose some additional burdens on our country. We need now 10 billion rand plus 5 billion rand to be part of the decisions that were taken at Fortaleza. Now the question is, on top of the 1.59 trillion rand that we owe, now where are we going to get this $10 billion to put into this fund? Where are we going to get this 5 billion to add to this other new arrangement? There's a 15 billion new needs. If we go on this way, our children can only inherit, children and our children's children can only inherit debt of incredible proportions. It's a sad situation. We can clap about it. It is not nice to be told the hard realities of life, but let's confront them and let's get answers to that. Now, I'm happy to be able to say this because none of us can say we didn't know that we are adding to our debt and we are borrowing money in order to pay more interest because we are going to put it in the bank and borrow it the following day or even on the same day. Because where is it? We don't have it now. I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable K.R.J. Mishe. Okay, honorable members, order. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, last month, President Jacob Zuma gave an undertaking to National Assembly Speaker to give Parliament a comprehensive and final report on the Nkandla matter, but he failed to honor his word. The fact that the Honorable President remained silent after missing the deadline he set reflects badly on his character and integrity. He should have requested an extension indicating when he would submit the final report. Could the President tell us today or tomorrow when he is going to submit his report to Parliament? The ACDP agrees with Public Protector Advocate Thuli Madonsela's recommendation that President Zuma should pay back a portion of the money spent on non-security upgrades done at his home, which include a visitors center, a swimming pool, cattle kraal, and a chicken run. Now, regarding the Middle East crisis, I want to reiterate what my colleague, Honorable Shirley Dudley, said yesterday during Budget Vote 5 on international relations and cooperation, and I quote, "War is a terrible thing, and the ACDP is grieved by the loss of life and terrible anguish families on both sides of this tragedy are facing at this time," close quote. We also commend, the ACDP commends President Zuma for resisting the temptation to join the chorus of those who condemn Israel only in the conflict, conveniently ignoring the fact that Israel responded with air raids only after enduring a week of constant firing of rockets by Hamas into Israel. The ACDP supports discerning world leaders who have urged Hamas to accept a ceasefire and stop firing rockets into Israel. Even Arab League chief Nabil al-Arabi has urged Hamas to accept an Egyptian proposal to end the fighting, the proposal that he had turned down last week. Deputy Speaker, it is important to remind honorable members that on the 28th of March, 1994, about 20,000 IFP supporters marched to Shell House in protest against the 1994 elections that they were planning to boycott. ANC security guards shot at them and killed about 13 of them, claiming that they were defending the ANC headquarters. Our country was shocked when the late former President Nelson Mandela admitted in Parliament on the 7th of June 1995 that he had given the order to defend Shell House during the IFP march, and I quote him, "Even if they have to kill people, this is nothing more or less than a statement of the common law right to self-defense," close quote. That's what the President said. Surely, Deputy Speaker, if the ANC believes that they have the right to defend Shell House, which is now called Lutuli House, then Israel should also have the right to defend herself against rockets fired at them by Hamas. This is their common law right to self-defense, as the late former President Mandela said. If we want to talk justice, then let there be justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Dr. Landers.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, I want to add to the congratulations already expressed to the President on his budget vote speech, which attests to the good work that we have already done over the past 25 years in international relations. Our foreign policy, as expressed by you, Honorable President, is premised upon decades of the struggle for freedom and liberation from colonialism, imperialism, subjugation, and racial oppression. It finds its roots in the founding principles of the African National Congress since its inception in 1912. It is premised on the principles of Pan-Africanism, Ubuntu, and international solidarity with the poor and the oppressed. 20 years since the dawn of our democracy, the principles of progressive internationalism, inspired by our founding fathers, amongst them Sol Plaatje, Pixlika Isaka Seme, and O.R. Tambo, amongst others, holds firm. As we reflect on the successes of our international relations over the past 20 years, we also look ahead at our international relations prospects for the next 5 years, inspired by the founding principles of these noble concepts. Therefore, we commend our President for his advice, guidance, and leadership that our foreign policy imperatives should continue to be guided by the policies and resolutions of the African National Congress. Over the past 2 decades, our country has laid a firm foundation towards contributing to building a better Africa and a better world. We have deployed human, financial, information, and intellectual resources in support of the establishment and sustainable development of the African Union and its agencies in order to achieve its continental goals. This includes having deployed one of our most senior cadres to the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, together with a strong team to support the AU in its mandate. Over the next 5 years, we will continue to strengthen all the AU institutions, and in particular, the Commission. The Honorable President has made the point that Africa has gone from being the hopeless continent to becoming a rising star amongst the fastest growing regions in the world economy. In the last 5 years, we have registered unwavering success in our interventions in Zimbabwe, implementing the key aspects of the global political agreement. Our relations with the Democratic Republic of Congo are on the positive trajectory. In October 2013, the Honorable Zuma and President Kabila signed the Memorandum of Understanding on the development of the Grand Inga hydroelectric power project, which will ensure that South Africa benefits as a consumer of electricity from the DRC. This will ensure that the country can provide electricity security for our industry and the people of South Africa. The visit to Lesotho earlier this year by President Jacob Zuma to launch the second phase of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project will ensure the increase of water supply to South Africa by 50%. This supply will be crucial to the future industrial and social development of our country, and in particular, the Gauteng province. Just recently, the SADC roadmap to return Madagascar to constitutional normalcy has also just borne the fruits of our hard work. After years of turmoil, Madagascar held credible and democratic presidential and parliamentary elections in December 2013. South Africa is committed to supporting countries emerging from conflicts, including the Central African Republic. However, it remains critical for the international community to fully support the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in the Central African Republic to have full capacity in order to effectively implement its mandate. South Africa will also continue to support the region's ongoing efforts to restore stability and constitutional order in the Central African Republic through its participation in the International Contact Group on the Central African Republic. Deputy Speaker, it has always been our contention that Africa is stronger when it stands as one. Shared goals and aspirations have resulted in unity of purpose with regard to peace and security and economic development, which go toward improving the lives of African people. Regionally, SADC continues with its program towards full implementation of its free trade area to ensure deeper economic integration. It is currently reviewing its regional indicative strategic development plan, which identifies priority sectors in order to guide our path towards regional cooperation and integration. It is therefore crucial that the objectives of our National Development Plan 2030 are aligned to the revised regional priorities. In the next 5 years, we will ensure that some critical aspects of the NDP can be located within that initiative in order to give more meaning and expression to our developmental goals. The absence of peace in certain parts of our continent remains a sore point to all of us who wish only the best for Africa. Over the past year, violent conflicts have not ceased in many parts of our continent. In an attempt to address these challenges, we will continue to seek synergies in matters of peace and security process at the United Nations, the African Union, and SADC. It is within our ongoing strategy to continue supporting Africa's peace efforts through mediation, troop contribution for peacekeeping, and by providing material and financial assistance. We are encouraged by the proactive and stabilizing effect that resulted from the redeployment of the SADC Intervention Brigade. We want to urge all parties involved in the DRC conflict to participate in negotiations that will ensure long-lasting peace and stability in that country. We take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to pay special tribute to our soldiers who are involved in peace missions abroad. Their selfless sacrifice must continue to inspire us to work in unison to protect the livelihoods of innocent civilians. South Africa assumed its membership of the African Union Peace and Security Council on April 2014 and will serve until March 2016. During this period, we will focus on the restoration of the constitutional order in the Central African Republic, bringing stability to the DRC and South Sudan, where the Honorable Deputy President, as our special envoy, is playing a critical role. His recommendations on how South Africa can assist South Sudan within the wider IGAD-led mediation efforts and other international efforts will make an important contribution to achieving a lasting solution. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, South Africa is acclaimed for its role in promoting peaceful and inclusive resolution of conflicts in Burundi, where the Honorable President played a really leading role, Côte d'Ivoire, the DRC, Sudan, South Sudan, Madagascar, the Comores, and Zimbabwe. South Africa continues to believe that African Union institutions should have the necessary capacity to respond to challenges of peace and security that continue to confront our continent. The operationalization of the African peace and security architecture remains a critical element in providing this capacity. However, its operationalization is taking longer than anticipated. It is for this reason that President Zuma has championed the establishment of the African Capacity for Immediate Response to Crises as an interim mechanism to enable the African Union to respond to emerging security situations. South Africa will continue to support the actions taken by the AU in support of Nigeria and other countries where the scourge of terrorism and armed groupings and rebel groups impact on the lives of innocent people and impede on development. Despite these setbacks, we remain determined to continue working closely with the region towards creating the much-needed stability in order to cultivate a positive environment suitable for potential investment. We remain committed to the efforts of the AU and other African countries to realize the key elements characterizing Africa Vision 2063, especially to popularize the theme, creating the Africa we want. We will continue to participate in all continental activities aimed at giving impetus to the agenda we have set ourselves to achieve in the next 50 years. Infrastructure development is part of what the continent seeks to achieve in the next 50 years. Deputy Speaker, economists have calculated that if our continent continues to address its infrastructure backlog, economic growth will receive a boost of as much as 2 percentage points per annum. This will remain part of our agenda in the next 5 years. We will continue to support other key elements of NEPAD, in particular, the President's mandate to lead the Presidential Infrastructure Championing Initiative and to champion the North-South Road and Rail Development Corridor. We are committed to actively supporting and promoting economic diplomacy in these regions. In the next 5 years, we will expand our economic diplomacy reach and touch the lives of those we have not yet engaged. Deputy Speaker, Cuba, Western Sahara, and Palestine occupy an extremely important place in our foreign policy discourse, not only because of our own principled approach to international solidarity. Each in their own right have carried the flag of struggle for human rights, solidarity, and freedom. Our understanding of the world and the search for a better international order that is equitable, just, humane, and democratic, therefore, informs a greater pursuit of collective leadership in order to secure greater security for these nations. This year marks 20 years of fruitful relations between Cuba and South Africa. Ties of culture, history, shared struggles, and common aspirations join Cuba to South Africa and the continent of Africa. The celebration of 20 years of diplomatic bilateral relations between South Africa and Cuba is a major achievement. In respect of the pursuit of our international solidarity with Cuba, there are over 30 signed bilateral agreements in place between our two countries, covering vast areas of cooperation in, for example, arts and culture, defense, education, science and technology, health services, housing, and home affairs. Today, we wish to reiterate our unwavering and unyielding support to the legitimate struggles of the people of Cuba. As a country, we will continue to defend these struggles until the citizens of this country enjoy and benefit from full freedom, independence, and justice. Cuba's continued economic oppression by the United States of America has failed to diminish the commitment of the Cuban government to provide for its people in education, health, and social development. Never has Cuba allowed its miseries to shrink its limitless solidarity to people's causes in other parts of the world. South Africa's strategic foreign policy objective towards growing our bilateral and multilateral relations with Cuba remains steadfast. Under the auspices of the SA-Cuba Joint Consultative Mechanism, we continue to consolidate our political, bilateral, and multilateral relations. South Africa will continue to energetically support all solidarity programs and activities that expose the tyranny and brutality of US policy towards Cuba. And we commit to standing shoulder to shoulder with the Cuban people in their struggle against the US economic embargo. In this regard, during the past number of years, in his State of the Nation address, the Honorable President Zuma has called for an immediate end to the continued unilateral economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed on Cuba by the United States of America. We note that in her book called Hard Choices, which is about her experiences as Secretary of State during President Obama's first term, Hillary Clinton writes that late in her term, she urged Obama to reconsider the US embargo against Cuba. She writes, and I quote, "It wasn't achieving its goals, and it wasn't holding back. It was holding back our broader agenda across Latin America," close quote. We will continue to close ranks with like-minded states, the African Union, the European Union, the Arab League, the Non-Aligned Movement, and Hillary Clinton, to express our unanimous demand for a change in US policy towards Cuba. We also remain committed to our campaign for the release of the remaining 4 of the Cuban 5 who still remain imprisoned in the United States today. And Deputy Speaker, we want to say it is time for the Monroe Doctrine to be consigned to the dustbin of history. Cuba is a key partner to focus on in enhancing foreign policy objectives in pursuit of our identified domestic priorities. There are currently 1,828 South African students studying medicine at Cuban universities, and the number will grow over the next 2 years. A total of 420 South African graduates from the Cuba program already work as medical doctors in various South African hospitals. Another 73 final year medical students are doing their final year at SA universities and will be graduating in 2014. Deputy Speaker, we wish to convey our best wishes for the Cuban government as it finds measures to open up its economy. In our view, this emphasizes the scope for doing business with Cuba and could form part of the parliamentary plan of action to grow trade with Cuba. We state, therefore, that 2014 is the year of implementation of the Economic Assistance Package Agreement in favor of Cuba. South Africa also remains steadfast in its support for the Sahrawi people's inalienable right to decolonization and self-determination through a UN-supervised referendum with the option of independence. Western Sahara has been occupied by the Kingdom of Morocco since 1976, and is Africa's last remaining colony. In 2004, South Africa took the decision to recognize the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic when it became clear that Morocco had ruled out any possibility of a referendum for Western Sahara in contravention of UN Security Council Resolution 1495. We continue to render political and humanitarian support to the Sahrawi people. Since the dawn of democracy, our policy towards Palestine has been based on international solidarity with the Palestinian cause. South Africa stands firmly opposed to the blockade of Gaza, its inaccessibility with respect to humanitarian aid, and the general dire humanitarian situation that this causes. South Africa encourages a just solution with respect to the right of the return of Palestinian refugees. We reiterate our support for a just and negotiated settlement of the Palestinian struggle for self-determination, independence, and complete sovereignty in accordance with international resolutions at the United Nations. Deputy Speaker, enough has been said about the BRICS summit in Fortaleza. I do not intend to repeat what has already been said. There are issues raised by honorable members in this debate. I'll start with the Honorable Musiwa Lekota. Word for word, what he said here today is what he said in the debate in Vote 5 on Tuesday in Good Hope Chambers. Absolutely no different. And last year, I'm informed. So, well, members of the ANC are saying the Honorable Lekota has a listening problem. I wouldn't know. I'm not that close to him. A member of the DA spoke about a goodbye kiss. Now, we are reminded of the kiss between the Honorable Helen Ziller and the Honorable Mampile Rampele. So clearly, members of the DA are experts in goodbye kisses. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we fully support the President Vajt's speech and its message of hope and courage. Honorable President, you have bestowed on me an enormous honor to be able to serve our country in this capacity. For this, I thank you most humbly. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable MP Gallo, MP.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, asinamona asinanzondo, support I report. Mr. President, when you were opening the Matatiel Community Clinic in 1995, you commented to say politics is silly. I'm hoping that we are not here for silly politics, but we are here to ensure that this democracy, which we all fought for, is benefiting the people on the ground, not the leaders who are sitting here, having their slices of bread buttered both sides while the people are kissing the dust on the ground. Mr. President, the people of Mutse, the people of Matatiela have spoken. I've got a report of the ANC unit which was monitoring the secret balloting at Matatiel in October 2009. 62% of the people of Matatiel
want to be under the administration of KwaZulu-Natal. People have spoken. Political justice must prevail over political cheating or political corruption. The AIC is entering this debate by exposing some serious shortcomings that are hampering radical change in our societies, more especially in our rural communities. The South African Act of 1909, as adopted by the British Parliament, introduced the government structures for the territory of South Africa. The Union government was based on British design, namely the Westminster system of government, and provided for bicameral parliament consisting of two houses, the House of Assembly
Honorable
and the
Gallo,
Senate.
your time has expired.
But we hear leaders here talking about colonialism and what, but they are implementing colonist design in terms
Honorable
of your
member,
government system.
Proceed to your seat. Honorable Minister of Women in the Presidency.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President Jacob Zuma, Honorable Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable members, distinguished guests, it is befitting that I dedicate this budget vote to the women who participated in the drafting and the launch of the 1954 Women's Charter, which is a precursor to the Freedom Charter, which was adopted in Kliptown in 1955. This is the same Women's Charter of 1954, which led to this Parliament adopting the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality, which as we speak here today is marking its 20th anniversary. It also contributed to the Equality Clause in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Let me at the onset borrow from the insightful reflection contained in the 1954 Women's Charter when it says that, I quote, "The level of civilization which any society has reached can be measured by the degree of freedom that its members enjoy. The status of women is a test of civilization," close quote. 60 years later, the Women's Charter remains as valid in its call for women's emancipation, development, and empowerment as it was then. The ANC administration continues to commit itself to spare no effort as we together move the women's agenda forward. We do not fail the test for the transformation of our society as articulated in the 1954 and 1994 charters. The socio-economic conditions of women have to be at the center of our transformation agenda. The decision by the President to place the Department of Women in the Presidency is a clear indication of government seriousness in promoting women's empowerment. The law reform processes undertaken over the past 20 years have resulted in the production of an unprecedented body of laws that laid a solid foundation for the transformation of our society. The department, as part of its oversight role, will monitor and evaluate the extent to which socioeconomic circumstances of women are significantly improved. We will standardize and regularize accountability with regard to the implementation of gender mainstreaming by both the public and the private sector. We will work closely with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to ensure that there's no duplication and that our systems are streamlined and seamless. This will allow us to mainstream gender in the National Development Plan. Gender mainstreaming cannot just be an add-on. It involves bringing a gender perspective to all aspects of policy and legislation development, decision-making, planning, budget allocation, procurement, expenditure, and identifying gaps. Through monitoring and evaluation, we will ensure that reporting is not just a compliance issue, but that the state, private sector, and civil society institutionalize the mainstreaming of gender. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while there is notable progress when it comes to access to water resources, there are still challenges, especially when it comes to rural women who are still exposed to polluted water and still have to walk long distances to access water, thus being exposed to various threats. The social patterns of exclusion and disadvantages that women experienced in the past remain a systematic feature of South Africa's social and economic landscape, resulting in women continuing to battle the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. This is exacerbated by deeply rooted attitude, stereotypes, and social behavior that undermines women's human dignity. The removal of the persisting systematic and structural barriers remain a critical condition to achieving women's empowerment and gender equality. This we will achieve through promoting the understanding of differential circumstances of women and men in society and the impact of seemingly neutral decisions, plans, laws, policies, and practices on either gender. For example, as we speak today, married women still require the consent of their husbands when they want to start businesses, contrary to treatment given to men. We will also pursue a strong research agenda to identify gaps that result in women not benefiting from the current programs in the public and private sector. The research findings will allow the department to make the necessary interventions. We will collaborate with various research institutions that will enhance our own work to be qualitative. While we have reflected on some of the challenges as stated above, we need not lose sight of the gains we have made. Today, no one can argue when we say, especially Black women now occupy areas which were predominantly male-dominated. Today, we have women pilots, including the first Black woman to own a mine in South Africa. When we look at the judiciary, it had 2 white women in 1994. Now there are 61 women judges, of which 48 are Black women. This constitutes about 30% of the entire judiciary. At the Constitutional Court, we still have only 2 women judges out of 11. Even in this parliament today, women are a representation in the National Assembly, have moved from a mere 2.7% pre-94 to the current 41%. This is through the ANC Women's League struggles for the emancipation of women. This is a reflection that we need to continue to move the women's agenda forward. Together, we can do more as South Africans. South Africa's commitment to promote gender equality is also articulated in countries' reports relating to international instruments such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discriminations Against Women, Beijing Platform for Action, and African Union Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa, and the Southern African Development Community's Protocol on Gender and Development. The country is party to the Declaration of African Union Women's Ministers adopted in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia this year in February, that advocates for the standalone goal on gender equality and the mainstreaming of gender in all other future goals in post-2015 development agenda. In 2015, the United Nations will be assessing the country's progress on the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in the past 20 years. South Africa will assess its progress in preparation for submitting its report in this regard. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we intend to further consult and review the Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill. We will, through communication, ensure that the review process is an inclusive one and take into consideration the multiplicity of views. Honorable Deputy Speaker, central to the South African democracy is a commitment to mainstream gender equality and the empowerment of women. The founding provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa elevate human dignity, equality, and freedom for everyone, including non-racialism and non-sexism. Furthermore, the Equality Clause and joins the state to promote an equal society. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the 2014 August Women's Month will be celebrated under the theme celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Women's Charter and 20 years of freedom and moving women's agenda forward. Let me take this opportunity to call upon all the people in South Africa to participate in the Women's Month celebration and ensure that we recognize and pay tribute to all the heroines who laid down their lives to ensure that future generations live in a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it, both black and white. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chishonga.
Deputy Chair, or Deputy Speaker, Honorable President and the Deputy President, honorable members of this House. My understanding of this budget is that I'm supporting the budget because the office must be sustained. Whether it's Honorable Zuma or any other person, the office must be respected. And also that our Constitution says about the right to life is absolute throughout the world. So I praise you, Honorable President, for your insight into life. Life, whether it's on the side of Palestine or Israel, it remains life. Ahang condemns the unholy acts which caused loss of life by any perpetrator. Martin Luther King said, human beings should learn to individually project I into thou. If we take note of that, we will understand that the other human being is as important as yourself. Coordination of departments, Pakisa operations, NDP are good ideas. What will count is the implementation and will manifest in the service delivery. We're waiting for the service delivery to be seen. Albert Einstein tipped us when he said, we cannot use the energy which created problems to solve our problems. The solution is within the light. Lastly, but not least, the dog does not bark at a stationary vehicle. The question is, does the vehicle move in the right direction and faster enough? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mpeti.
Deputy Speaker, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, all protocol observed. Once more, budget vote number 1 is delivered against the backdrop of severe economic challenges facing our country today. South Africa is still grappling with a chronic unemployment problem, especially among the youth. Landlessness on the poor majority is still the order of the day. The current economic growth rate of approximately 2% per annum is not sufficient to save the poor majority from the yoke of poverty. The low economic growth does not only negatively affect job creation, but it also means less money for government to deliver services to our people. Hence the need for 5% budget deficit to finance the country's development needs. It is going to be very, very difficult to address spatial gaps and inequalities. When the presidency do not intervene when state-owned enterprises seem to lack the capacity to spend funds allocated for infrastructure development, we are concerned that government's debt and deficit reduction programs seem to principally depend on optimistic growth, economic growth forecast. Land redistribution must speedily correct the injustice of the past. The whole saga surrounding the president's residence in Nkandla has put a cloud hanging over the presidency. We urge that the president respond to the public protector's report as a matter of urgency so that this cloud is cleared. The PAC family believes that the land should be returned to its rightful owners with support and skills development. When this is done, we believe that the needs of our country's black farmers have to be prioritized by developing policies to subsidize farmers that will enable them to fairly compete against their white counterpart. The PAC believes that the presidency has an obligation to ensure that output growth forecasts should be realistic so that we can begin the process of setting the country's finances on a path to fiscal consolidation. Scholar transport in Mpumalanga. The PAC is appealing to the president to look into the problems affecting scholar transport in Mpumalanga. Learners using scholar transport are currently not attending school because service providers were not paid since 2006 to date. I ask the president to reappoint the Minister of Intelligence, Mr. Makrobo, to mediate between the Premier of Mpumalanga and Mpumalanga Scholar Transport Organization, MSTO. The strike must come to an end. We support budget number 1. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Comrade President, Deputy President, comrades and honorable members. Comrade President, the freedom we have and celebrate must have material meaning to the people. Improving the quality of life, especially for the African people, is our strategic challenge. Poverty still carries the face of an African woman in the rural areas and the urban slums. Therefore, economic development is the central task, that is, building the economy to create jobs and poverty and reduce inequality. The APC, therefore, will support all programs that seek to improve the lives of the people, whilst we also make a call that the private sector should do more than they've done in the last 20 years. We believe that the state must play a much more central role in the economy. The APC will therefore support budget vote number 1 so that you can supervise and implement the programs that you have outlined. And I'll just pick on one. On the issue of land reform, we are foursquare behind Minister Quinty and his department in seeking to change the land ownership patterns in our country. We have become accustomed to Africans supposedly invading land. Later, the dwellings they have built with their last cents get demolished in Luandle, Bukamuso, etc. We have become cold to their cries, to their plight. They are nobodies. Their dignity, humanity is crushed. After all, they are Africans. What this sad cycle says loudly to us is that there are about 80% Africans in South Africa are in dire need of land. Whites and foreigners can't continue to hoard land whilst the indigenous of Africa live like wandering strangers in the land of their forebears. Let's restore the dignity and respect of the African people. Whites cannot continue to own land out of proportion to their population figures. Foreigners with their pounds, dollars, and euros can't get the fat of the land, whilst the indigenous majority continue to eke out a living from the margins as the wretched of the earth. Comrade President, we want to see accelerated movement in agrarian reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Buti Mohamed.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members. Mr. President, as you have correctly said, the responsibility of our department and the Presidency will be to go further than oversight of the National Youth Development Agency by championing and monitoring youth development in government. The youth of our country are at the center of the success of finally breaking the back of colonialism and apartheid and building a new future for the country and nation based on the NDP and the RDP. The idea that young people are disillusioned and unwilling participants in a democratic discourse was disproved by their high turnout when they voted for the ANC in the last elections. We should therefore engage them constructively in building a new youth developmental path. We are currently working with youth formations to review the national youth policy and develop an integrated youth development strategy as part of this new youth development path. At the center of the new youth development path is the prioritization of employment, education, and youth enterprise. Before the end of this year, our ministry will be tabling proposed amendments on the NYDA Act. The purpose of the amendments would be to ensure that we strengthen the NYDA in its endeavor to facilitate, coordinate, and mainstream youth issues on developmental issues. Honorable members, the Honorable Mmusi Maimane says that we should scrap the NYDA. When we say, the DA has always been saying that the Umsobomvu Youth Fund and the Youth Commission should be scrapped. But how wrong are they on this call? In August 2013, Pondering Panda conducted a public perception survey of the NYDA. The survey found out that 84% of youth who were surveyed believes that the NYDA is an important and relevant institution to have in South Africa. And this comes as no surprise because the NYDA that the Honorable Mmusi Maimane says should be scrapped in 2012-2013 gave a second chance to 8,000 young people who had failed their grade 12 exams to rewrite and have recorded more than 87% pass rate of those who repeated. Potlako Makau, an 18-year-old teenager from Sebokeng, 2 years older than Mmusi Maimane's sister, Honorable Mmusi Maimane's sister, passed her matric through the rewrite with 5 distinctions and was given a scholarship by the NYDA and is today doing a degree in astrophysics, and she has now kissed poverty goodbye. The NYDA that the Honorable Maimane says should be scrapped has assisted more than 589 young people in getting micro and small enterprise grants. BK Muleko is one of the beneficiaries of the 25 million that the NYDA gave out. He's running a farm in Didier and was given this grant and is today have employed more than 20 young people in his farm. The NYDA that the Honorable Maimane says we should scrap has structured one of the largest Partnerships Youth Enterprise Fund with CIFA and IDC worth 2.7 billion rands, with 100 million already paid out to young people's enterprises for assistance in their small businesses. The NYDA that the Honorable Maimane says we should scrap announced last week a partnership with Sasol, ABSA and MTM, a step up to start up, which will see more than 15,000 young people access to information and support on how to become an entrepreneur. When we're done in supporting the NYDA, when we're done with that, the Honorable Mmusi Maimane will be singing in an advert saying, NYDA Aisafan, because we would have given it the support that it needs to become of service to the youth of this country. The NYDA will not be scrapped. The NYDA will not be closed down. The NYDA will receive the necessary support from us to ensure that it serves all these young people and many more that it has served over the years. We are turning the corner in supporting the NYDA, and we hope that in a couple of months we'll be announcing the fact that they've reduced their wage bill significantly. Last month, Honorable President, when the Honorable Julius Malema was speaking here in response to the President's State of the Nation address, he said, and I quote, "On a personal note, this can only be translated to you by the only reliable minister you have in your cabinet, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi." And he said, "Lige o ka itima metsi o tla bona inwele," close quote. This has to be explained, President, in context, Because the leader of the EFF was simply saying that even if you expel him from the ANC, he will always find a way back into politics. It explains how bad the idea of the EFF is. It explains also that it explains how bad the idea of the EFF is, and that irrespective of the propaganda that they may preach, it remains a personal project of an individual, and that individual is the Honorable Malema, who came to repeat the fact that the EFF is his personal project here today in response to this budget vote. And let me take you down on memory lane, Honorable President and honorable members. In the 20s, there was an incident in Germany. A young man who was supposed to be at the helm of the country's political elite was sidelined and ultimately elbowed out of the limelight of German political elitism, dismissed as unstable and politically immature. Not to be deterred from what he believed was a calling, a sad date with political destiny, he started mobilizing others who were moved by his rhetoric and stood to benefit by his ascension to power. Honorable Detama yesterday says...
Yes, what are you raising on?
Is parliamentary for Honorable Butimanamela to make an inference that a leader of another political party, in the nature of the comparison he's making with an unknown German leader, can that be parliamentary? And I ask the deputy chair to...
That's not a point of order. Thank you very much. Proceed, honorable member.
Addressing beer halls, open public theaters, and other available public platforms, he drew some of the German unemployed and working class into a singular vision and dream that their plight is not because of the global economic crisis at the time, but that the problem were the Jews. He said, they eat our bread, they sleep with our desperate and hungry wives, they keep our husbands from their homes.
Just hold on. Yes, honorable member, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, the issue of the Jews is a very sensitive matter, and comparing a leader of EFF with anti-Semitism, it's unparliamentary. Can you please make a ruling on that?
Okay. We will come back and make a ruling on that. Yeah. Proceed, honorable member.
The conditions of the working class in Germany drove them to believe in shortcuts, half-baked solutions, demagogy, political opportunism, and resorted to genuflecting before the fake gods. This happens often in history, and although not a permanent or common historical feature, and just as Marx wrote, and I quote, Hegel remarks somewhere that all great world historical facts and personages appear, so to speak, twice. He forgot to add, that's what Marx says, the first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. Close quote. At the time of Marx, the clowns would not have appeared on the stage of history as frequent as in ours to mock his dialectics and to expose our travesty and accepting these political frauds as the alternative to the society we desire. Each time.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member.
Can we get a ruling on what Booty is saying when he says political frauds? Who is he referring to?
Honorable Manamela, yes?
Yes, Honorable Manamela, Booty.
No?
Yes, Honorable Manamela. Isn't his name is Manamela Booty? Or Booty Manamela?
No,
yes.
no, honorable member, don't do that. You know that you should address every member as an honorable
Yeah,
member.
because he's disrespecting people
Okay.
and misleading society, and we must address him as his name. Like,
all right, take your seat, honorable member. Proceed.
can you please refrain from calling people political frauds, please?
We will deal with that. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you. Each time they appear in history, worse if they succeed, the transition Marx explained is reversed for lifetimes and worker struggles go on auto-reset. We're forced not to only deal with our own internal weaknesses, but also to divert some of our own energies to these personages whose efforts at face value seems legitimate and genuine, but are in truth a reversal of what our original and historical revolutionary task is. The reason why the EFF is a painful idea is because it is not based on any cause and cause of the people whom it claims its visions represent, which is the working class and the poor youth. It is the dream of an individual to be in office, whatever the cost. Hitler, for instance, declared his ideology as National Socialism. It sounded
Can we call
nice.
for an order, Deputy Chairperson?
Honorable member, we will address that matter because we have to look at
There is
Hansard.
another, an order that is new. It's not an earlier matter, Deputy.
Yes. What's your order, honorable member?
We want to check with the Deputy Chairperson if it is parliamentary to infer and refer to another honorable member as an individual who wants to be in this house at all costs.
Okay. All right, we hear you, honorable member, and I take your challenge to rule on it. We will rule on it, absolutely.
In fact, Hitler's National Socialism resonated with the people, the poor people and the working class. It was more popular than the socialism of German Socialist Party. Those who disagreed faced the wrath of beer hall drunks or the SS, as we yesterday saw at the Gauteng provincial legislature. But their politics have become more a function
Deputy
of
Speaker.
public relations.
Can you rise on the point of order, Chair?
Honorable member.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Manamela.
On a point of order.
Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable member.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
Earlier on, we raised the issue on the consistent application of rules. And a flawed rule was exposed here, Rule 62. Now, and we have been consistently calling for consistent application of rules by the chair. Now, if I want to understand from the chair,
yeah,
if members of EFF are referred to by Honorable Manamela as drunkards, would that be parliamentary and would that be okay if we howl insults to the members of the ANC in this house?
Honorable,
I would want the chairperson to rule Honorable Manamela out of order.
Yeah.
Please.
No, we have a ruling that we will make on the previous rulings. We will do so soon. And we will rule on those that you have raised as well. There's one of them that we will do so immediately.
Chair, order,
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I
What are
really
you raising
don't understand. I don't understand what is your role there because we're raising points of order and you're supposed to provide ruling to guide this gentleman who's speaking there. Can you please give us guidance in terms of how we proceed here? Because really, if we are raising order, everything you're postponing all these issues and you're leaving this guy to speak lots of nonsense here.
Honorable member, Honorable Shivambo, allow me to rule, and I will rule when I'm ready to do that. Okay? So let's proceed, Honorable member, and yeah, let's use
On
your
a point
language
of
here.
order, Deputy Chairperson.
What are you raising on?
The honorable member has got the guts to make an inference of Hitler. He made mention of that name now, Hitler.
Yes.
And he's moving on a down slippery road of inferring that either members or leaders of EFF are an equal of Hitler. And
No.
that is a very
Honorable
serious
member, I
inference.
said to you, I will make a ruling. I have a ruling here, and I'll make that. Okay? Take your seat. Take your seat. Honorable Manamela,
Thank
take
you.
your seat.
The last time I spoke
Honorable
in this podium,
Manamela,
in
Honorable
this
Manamela,
new-
just hold on. Honorable members, on this matter of Hitler, it is reported that there's a ruling that has been made previously on this. If, as it is suggested, and as you said, Honorable Manamela, that the comparison with Hitler is unparliamentary. So if that is the assertion made, then that would be unparliamentary. Now, honorable members, hold on. I have told you that I have to look at the Hansard because it must be accurately reflected in what is here. It cannot just come from my head or your head. It has to be based on a recorded statement that we can refer to, so that what comes out as a ruling is based on actually what was said, what our both of us doing there. So, Honorable Manamba, proceed and realize that there are those kind of issues that we will come back to.
Thank you.
Proceed, yeah. Honorable members,
if
order.
the beret fits,
Order.
you
On
will
the point
wear
of
it.
order, Chair.
You will wear it.
What's
If
the
the
point
beret
of order?
fits, you will
Yes.
wear it.
What's the point of order?
Do you draw the Honorable Manamela's attention to the flawedness of his comparison?
No.
You
Honorable-
call him to order. You don't make him to withdraw his utterances.
Honorable member.
That would be fair.
Honorable
but
member.
he is instructed to withdraw his utterances.
All right, honorable member. That I have told you I'm unable to do so. We need to refer to the Hansard and say, Honorable Manamela, this is what you said. Okay. Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
Bhuti has been making, you said that it's in parliamentary to make comparisons to Hitler. And Bhuti has been speaking here, making
No, honorable.
making comparisons to Hitler. You must tell him to withdraw.
Honorable-
Why can't you do a simple
Honorable-
thing like that?
Because, Honorable Shivambo, we work on the basis of rules which you yourselves are saying we must apply consistently. And consistently will only emerge if we reflect accurately on what's written and what is indisputable in writing. To have your word against his is not helpful.
Deputy Speaker,
And please,
the last time Bhuti spoke here, we raised order. You made the same thing that are going to look at answered. The House is sitting again here. You have not come back to us with a report in terms of what was your ruling on the issues that were supposed to look into in Hansard. So it looks like everything else, we leave this guy to speak here. Lots
Honorable
of
Shivambo,
nonsense.
I didn't give you a chance to speak. Take your seat and let's proceed. Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, honorable member.
perhaps we should assist the honorable members. The rules state that when a point of order has been stated to the presiding officer by the member raising it, the presiding officer shall give his or her ruling or decision thereon either forthwith or subsequently. You have indicated your approach and that you will give a decision. And I would really suggest that honorable members do address each other honorably, and that it might not be appropriate to have your hand in your pocket when you address the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I suggest that we proceed. The rules are clear. Allow us to proceed with order. This is a debate, and let's allow it to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In fact, the EFF, Honorable Speaker, is the first political party to break its electoral promises by jumping into the buffet of the parliament's menu. Justified why they are staying in parliamentary villages when they
Deputy
promised
Speaker.
to go and stay in the
Deputy
informal
Speaker.
settlement.
Honorable
and the
member, yes, what are you
inconsistency with the
raising on?
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
this guy again is misleading Parliament.
No.
I mean,
Honorable member, don't do that.
yeah, he's misleading Parliament. There is no electoral promise of.
He's honorable
of the
member,
EFF.
firstly, and there is no point of, you have not told me on what basis
Yeah,
you
it's
are raising.
difficult to call people who are dishonorable, honorable, really. And there's no rule here that says must call each other honorable. There's no such a rule that says we must refer to Bhuti as honorable.
Honorable
He's not an
Shivambo.
honorable person, and we must refer to him as Bhuti. We know him as that.
Honorable Shivambo.
There is no rule that says we must call Bhuti honorable here. There is no such a thing, unless you point it to me. How do we refer to people who are not honorable as honorable? And he is lying now to say that there's an electoral promise that we have made, and we have not made any such an
Honorable
electoral
member.
promise. Where?
Honorable member, you can't say an honorable member is lying. You can't say that.
Deputy Speaker, maybe he's not
It's
lying,
in your
but
hands.
what he's saying does not reflect reality.
Honorable member, you can't say a member is lying. You have to withdraw.
I withdraw that, but I record the point that what he's saying is not a
Don't be
reflection of
conditional,
reality.
honorable member. You are making it difficult for us. You are making it difficult for us. It is appropriate for you to withdraw properly so that even in your case, when matters like this happen about you, you feel you have been treated fairly. So withdraw so that we can proceed fairly across the board, yes.
Chair, How do I say that he is not telling the truth? What is the proper word? At least guide me so that I know.
There are
Because
rules.
the reality is that he is not telling the truth.
There are rules in this house, and you are supposed to obey those rules.
No, but give me guidance in terms of what should I say to say that this guy is lying.
You are insisting on calling him lying. Don't do that. Withdraw
Well,
that.
he's not telling the truth.
Withdraw what you have just said.
What do I withdraw? The word or the fact that he's not telling the truth?
Withdraw your calling him liar.
What? Okay, I withdraw the word lying, but he's not telling the truth.
Honorable member, you are creating problems for the House. And
I
I'm
withdraw
suggesting,
the word lying, but I'm saying he's not telling the
Honorable
truth.
member, sit down. Sit down, honorable member. Honorable Maneba, proceed.
Thank you very much.
We will come back to that.
That's that it is also more about attacking personages and subjecting them to persecution on the one hand, and saving personalities from current prosecution than leading a so-called national struggle. The pain of this personal project lies in the idea that we can decorate our foreheads with berets merely to illustrate our hatred to individuals whom we declared opportunistically in 2008, firstly to kill for, then to kill, and ultimately refuse to wish them recovery when they are sick, all in the name of an ideology. Just when the president was not well, he said, no, we're not going to wish him well. So these inconsistencies, the workers' struggles in our country cannot be dependent on the short-term political misfortunes of individuals. We cannot be driven into struggles that are merely about people's change of fortunes or misfortunes, which are presented as collective political setbacks, when in real terms the same struggles will be pursued through the ANC and the Alliance. I am not, in conclusion, Chair, I am not a party hack. If at all times I prefer the party position, the party collective, and the party discipline over the class, it will at all times be in the interest of the class, not in personal interest. But the painful idea that we narrow this thesis even further and prefer the person over the party and even bow before the individual, makes me shake in my boots, because here, before our eyes, not Eugene Terreblanche, as Honorable Maimane suggested earlier on, but Adolf Hitler has come back from the dead. I thank you.
Chairperson,
Honorable Manamela.
Deputy Speaker, can
Honorable
you recall the
Manamela.
Speaker?
Honorable member, hold
Can
on,
you
let me
recall
serve.
the member?
Honorable Manamela.
You are recalled, man.
Honorable-
Hey! Awuzwakala. Wazala.
Honorable member, you can't do that. How do you do
No,
that?
but he's
how do
disrespecting
how
you.
How do you scream like that? You are out of order. Honorable member, you are out of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Sit down, let me do. Sit down, please. Take your
but
seat.
can we record?
I have
Yeah.
not recognized you. Sit down. Honorable Manamel, this issue of comparison another member to Hitler has been ruled as inappropriate in the past. So you shouldn't be doing that. So we request you to withdraw it.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I request that you check the ansrat and check if I've
Honorable
actually,
member,
if
Honorable
I've actually
member.
referred to any member as Hitler.
Honorable member.
And if you find from Hansard that I have referred to any member as Hitler, I will withdraw.
On a point
I have
of order,
never ever been
Chairperson.
asked to withdraw
Honorable
in
member.
this
On a point of
house
order,
because
Chairperson.
I know and understand the
Honorable
rules.
member.
On a point of order,
on
Chairperson.
on what point of order?
The Honorable Manamela is instructed by your good self to withdraw.
No,
not to present.
No, honorable member, do not do that. Take your seat. Honorable Manamela, I request you to withdraw. We need to be allow what you-
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I
I
withdraw.
will. Yeah, thank
But
you.
as a member, I want to state for the record that I reserve my rights. I have not compared anybody to Hitler.
We
if
will
the
make a-
hat fits, if the beret fits, if that makarapa
Honorable
fits,
member, don't do
then they
that.
must wear it. But I withdraw respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Mutau. Honorable Manamela, thank you very much. Honorable Mutau.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, when Professor Z.K. Matthews was teaching us something about defamation, he recalled an incident which took place in Parliament here where someone punched Gerald Herzog in Parliament. And then the witness, which is a newspaper in Pietermaritzburg, reported this with a headline, "Served him right." And in fact, and that newspaper was sued for damages. Now, the honourable member here said Zomshaya, so I hope we're not going to have a repeat of that.
Thank you. Honorable Buthelezi, you are drawing our attention to inappropriate language in the House, and it is absolutely inappropriate. We don't expect you to speak like that, honorable member, and can we withdraw that?
Deputy Speaker, the issue that uzoshatshwa, that is withdrawn, but sizawuhlangana naye ngaphandle.
Honorable member, don't make it conditional, please.
It's unconditional, God uzwile. Thank you.
Honorable members.
Order, Speaker.
Point of
order, Chair.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Chair.
Honorable Mandela.
Order, Chair. Masihlangane ngoku.
Honorable member. Yeah. Honorable member. Honorable Mutau. Honorable Mutau. Proceed, sir. Honorable members, order. Order. Order, honorable members, order. Proceed, honorable member.
Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable...
No. Honorable members, let's proceed with the function of the work. Honorable members have a right to walk out. It's their right to do so.
Chair,
Go ahead, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I hope you are watching the clock here. Thank you very much. Otherwise, we are not going to make any time.
Order, honorable members, order. Proceed, honorable Mutau.
Thank you. I have very limited time, so I'll make it very, very quick. Let me doff my hat to Honorable Shenge. Earlier on, you made a speech, and I'm glad that you did because you laid a very solid foundation for what I'm about to say. Having so enthusiastically supported my leader's contribution this afternoon, I think maybe it's time you led the IFP to the DA. Motlotlegi Phando, o rereshitse ka nnete parlamente ga isa swana, DA ga isa swana, le ANC ga isa swana. I'm actually quite impressed by what has been happening in the House since last year. When we first came into this House in 2009, all one would hear was Polokwane, the ANC, Polokwane, the ANC, from my members, honorable members on the right. Now, all we hear is the DA and the Western Cape from the same members on the right. It's almost as if the DA now runs the government. The important thing about this is that clearly there has been a change, and we've got to accept the change. But what will be happening if we generate so much heat now when we have one province? What will be happening when we have 3 other provinces, Gauteng, the Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape? Honorable Deputy Speaker, this Parliament is being asked to approve a budget of 1,180,8 million rand. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, you're confusing me. This Parliament is being asked to approve a budget of 1,180,8 million rands for the 2014-15 financial year. Under Budget Vote 1, the Presidency. Just under half of this amount, which is about 576 million rand, will be transferred to the National Development Agency at an amount of 408 million rands, and Brand South Africa at 167 million. The budget also provides 3 million for the salary of the President and 94.4 million rand for travel and subsistence for the President and the Deputy President for the financial year. Travel and subsistence amounts increased to 110.4 million rand in 2015-16 and to 118.3 to 2016-17. In the context of the South African serious problems with poverty and unemployment, these are significantly huge budgets for the President's travel and subsistence. And yet, this Parliament has not established a portfolio committee to exercise oversight on the President and the Deputy President to account to Parliament and the nation for the vast amounts of money spent in the Presidency. The DA believes that this failure should be remedied for the good of the President, for the good of Parliament, and for the good of our democracy. This Parliament elects the President and should exercise oversight on how budgets voted for his office are spent. The unintended consequences of not having a dedicated portfolio committee for the Presidency could have dire consequences for this country. Arguments have been made that the President should not answer to a dedicated portfolio committee of Parliament because once elected, he stops to be a member of Parliament. These excuses miss the point and cannot be sustained. I'll deal with only one of them because it needs debunking. Indeed, according to Section 87 of the Constitution, when elected President, a person ceases to be a member of the National Assembly. However, in terms of subsection 91(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, the Cabinet consists of the President as head of the Cabinet and Deputy President and Ministers, close quote. With regard to accountability and responsibilities, subsection 92(3) declares that, and I quote again, members of the Cabinet must, A, act in accordance with the Constitution, and B, provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control, close quote. The President and the Deputy President are members of the Cabinet, and they should report to Parliament through a portfolio committee like other members of the Cabinet. As such, the DA believes a dedicated portfolio committee for the Presidency is the appropriate vehicle for the President and the Deputy President to provide Parliament with, and I quote, full and regular reports concerning matters under their control, close quote, as the Constitution charges. We raised this matter in the House early in the Fifth Parliament, well aware of the entrenched doctrine of separation of powers between the Executive and Parliament. We are also aware that in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, a portfolio committee must be established by the Speaker, acting with the concurrence of the Rules Committee. Regrettably, previous DA calls for a portfolio committee for the Presidency have fallen on deaf ears. We truly believe that the lack of a Presidency portfolio committee severely compromises Parliament's oversight role. Need I remind this House that a few short years ago, a president of this country was recalled by his party and subsequently lost his job as the President of the Republic. Amongst the reasons given was that the recall was that the man had turned into a dictator. How could such a thing have happened in an open democracy? What were his colleagues doing while he was mutating? To avoid any president of this country morphing into a dictator that should be recalled, the DA urges this Parliament to prioritize the establishment of a portfolio committee for the Presidency. I want to flag something here, Mr. President, that I believe you need to deal with. The Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa has fallen over itself, flooding print media with expensive-looking supplements like this one. The Jacob Zuma Legacy Special. Why should a state-owned company spend a cent singing praises to the President? This is the staff of
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member, yes.
I think I just said, Honorable Mutau said the JG Zuma special. I think the president is an honorable member of this house and deserves to be called honorable member rather than being a name. Thank you.
Honorable Mudau, proceed. You know that.
Say, this is what it's called here.
Yes, no. Proceed, honorable member. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Why should a state-owned company spend a cent singing praises to the president? This is the staff of Banana Republic. The DA trusts that the president will raise his voice against this type of wanton waste of badly needed state finances. The National Development Commission tells us that successful implementation of the NDP requires strong leadership from the government, business, labor, and civil society. We agree. Honorable Speaker, the president will have his legacy assured if he can be seen to have political will to champion the implementation of the NDP, champion the fight against corruption, show strong leadership when the country needs it, and lead a growing economy that creates jobs, especially for the youth, an economy that reduces poverty and that promotes a prosperous, open opportunity society for all the people of South Africa. Mr. President, Honorable Deputy President, you did a lot of good work this afternoon trying to reconcile it, bring us together. But unfortunately, the wrecking crew came in when the Honorable Sizani came onto the platform. He wrecked it all. Instead of criticizing the people on the left, he insulted them. That's not how to build a nation. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Deputy Speaker.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Yeah, honorable member.
Is it parliamentary for Honorable Mwango to be calling Honorable Malusi Gigaba by henchman? And if it's not, can you please rule on that so that it can withdraw?
Honorable Mwango, you didn't say that.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, I never said the Honorable Deputy Minister Kikaba is a henchman. I said they are henchmen. I didn't refer it to him.
Honorable Mwango, don't do that in this house. Members are honorable. Please, we insist that you do that. Otherwise,
I know that, Deputy Speaker, I
we'll
never
check-
referred
we'll-
to the minister like
okay.
that.
Hansat will tell us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Gigawa, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I've got worse words for you, sir. I am honored to be afforded the opportunity to participate in the presidency budget vote. In its preamble, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa says, we must heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. From the very outset, our Constitution, our highest law of the land, set clearly the historic mission of our nation at the dawn of democracy. In Chapter 5, the Constitution proceeds further to entrust the President with the responsibility to promote the unity of the nation and that which will advance the Republic. Accordingly, it is inevitable that as we engage with the presidency budget vote, these very same issues that form the cornerstone of our Constitution must equally and with the same tenacity be paramount in our minds today as we grapple with the challenge together to move South Africa forward. In this regard, it is pertinent to reflect upon the words of the late ANC President, Oliver Tambo, who accused the racist rulers of the past of having an attitude of mind that South Africa consisted of people and non-people. He said, I quote, paramount in the strategy of the South African rulers, therefore, is the use they make of color or race differences. In the workings of apartheid, color comes first in importance, race next, and human beings last, close quote. Of course, fundamental in the ideology of racial bigotry was the denial of the socio-economic rights and role of the black majority, a legacy with which we continue to live today. In his own address earlier this afternoon, President Zuma made the poignant call that, I quote, "Our journey continues towards a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. We humbly invite South Africans to join us in building a South Africa in which the poor and workers will fully enjoy the fruits of freedom, and a South Africa in which all citizens will feel a sense of belonging and comfort. Every small step counts, and the action of each South African also counts," close quote. Based on the lessons drawn from decades of white supremacy and the struggle for national liberation, the ANC summed up the fundamental antagonisms in South Africa as national oppression based on race, class super-exploitation directed against black workers, and the triple oppression of the mass of women based on their race, class, and their gender, close quote. Accordingly, I want to make the incontrovertible statement that the task of building the nation and social cohesion only becomes relevant when we proceed from the premise of advancing the material conditions of the largest majority of South Africans. Proceeding from this premise, we must hold firm to the conviction that economic emancipation is as pivotal towards a harmonious and united nation as the reverse is also true. At the Social Cohesion Summit held in Kliptown, Soweto, 4 pillars of social cohesion were adopted, namely diversity, inclusiveness, access, and values. It is the duty of every South African to ensure that these 4 pillars are pursued with vigor and unyielding conviction. Of course, some amongst us, including some of those sitting in these very chambers, confess allegiance to the Constitution in word, but indeed, they negate the very founding principles of this same Constitution, which are so elevated and prominent in the preamble, redress for the injustices of the past. This is evident in the tendency amongst them to negate every single transformative measure taken, be it in terms of the economy, employment equity, or even land ownership. The question is, to what extent are we making progress as a nation towards unity and social cohesion? Or others would seek to know if indeed we are making fast enough progress towards a single nationhood. Surely, this would require a much more dispassionate scrutiny and discourse than mere hot air and hollow rhetoric. Could it be that as South Africans, we have resigned ourselves to perpetual conflicts defined along the trajectory of apartheid colonialism, where some, even as they might have lost the political power, are hell-bent to defend the economic power and privileges accrued from that past, unwilling to share some of their power and convert these minority privileges into majority rights? Could it be that we have resigned ourselves as South Africans merely to coexisting without seeking to share the means that would make diversity, inclusiveness, and access real rather than hollow? Could it be that we have become comfortable with the multiracial society in which we live, defined as it still is by the economic power relations and the putrid production relations of the past, which ensured that the majority, on the basis of their race, class, and gender, were excluded and denied access to the very means of social progress, and that a real non-racial society will forever remain an illusion? Difficult as these questions may be, they must be answered. And through the various programs the Presidency today announced and are leading, we are convinced that we can answer in the affirmative in regard to all the questions we have posed above. Having said so, I would like at this point to boldly say that I am of the firm conviction that most South Africans would hold a very optimistic view that a better and more united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa is possible, and that they, the masses, are the architects, the midwives, and the builders of this future and better South Africa. In his address earlier, the President made the emphatic statement that we have done well in consolidating democracy and building a new nation. We need to do a bit more to build the soul of the nation, especially to promote unity, cohesion, and a common nationhood, close quote unquote. Given the urgency of nation building and social cohesion, President Zuma said in his preface to the ANC manifesto for the 2014 general elections that our struggle has reached a second phase in which we will implement radical socio-economic transformation to meaningfully address poverty, unemployment, and inequality. More than ever before, we must work together to promote nation building, unity, and social solidarity as we free the economy from the shackles of the past. We cannot rest until the economy is in the hands of the people who were historically excluded from participation. Far-reaching economic transformation is the central question this election must answer, quote unquote. Nation building and social cohesion should find pride of place in every sphere of our society. All South Africans must take part in the pursuit of this noble objective, taking advantage of the existence of the National Development Plan, for which the overwhelming majority of our people have expressed their support. To accelerate our journey towards nation building and social cohesion, we must rely on the goodwill, the genuineness, and the agency of the majority of South Africans, black and white, who alone can provide us with the motive forces for the future we seek. This by no means romanticizes this effort, and neither does it presuppose that South Africans are a homogeneous group. However, only this mass mobilization of the ordinary mass of our people behind a radical agenda for socio-economic change can guarantee us the success we need in our pursuit. We must be under no illusion that nation building and social cohesion cannot be attained by tinkering with the current social relations inherited from centuries of apartheid colonialism. Only radical change is required. Anything else simply won't do. However, by radical, we certainly do not mean the anarchic, populist, neo-fascist hodgepodge we heard and observed daily from the Honorable Malema that makes this the standard fare of political opportunists everywhere.
Yeah, Honorable Shivambo.
The guy who's speaking now says that...
Honorable Shivambo, if you don't withdraw that and you repeat it, we are going to ask you to go.
The minister says Honorable Malema is pursuing a fascist agenda. We think that you should withdraw that reckless statement. Please.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you. It is
We have a ruling, Deputy Speaker.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, I will
Order, Deputy Speaker. The word fascist is synonymous with Hitler. You have made a ruling on that. The Honorable Minister, for that matter, in terms of Rule 61, it says that no member shall refer to any other member by his or first name or names. Nowhere it says we must refer to them as honorable. In fact, Mr. Kigaba, in terms of Rule 61, comparing a leader of another party with a fascist, anti-Jew dictator Hitler, it's unparliamentary. We can't wait for Hansard. He must withdraw now. Now.
Honorable Member, do not read the rules selectively. Do not read the rules selectively, okay? So allow us to make rulings on these matters as soon as we are able to do so and as soon as we want to. We will do that as we proceed here.
Deputy Speaker, you have been, since you arrived here, you have been harassing us that we must call people honorable. There is no law that compels anyone to call members of parliament honorable. It says we must not just refer to them by their names and we must say master or whatever thing we can do. That is our interpretation.
Order.
So that thing of honorable from us is really gone because majority of the people here are not honorable, really.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable members, allow the debate to proceed. I would suggest that we allow the debate to proceed.
Yeah. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Deputy Speaker, the debate can continue only if the Honorable Minister withdraw the word fascist.
Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, there has been running commentary and contestation with the presiding officer's rulings. Now, in terms of the system here, for those comrades or colleagues who are here for the first time, if you are not happy
with the decision of a presiding officer. You are at liberty to raise or voice your unhappiness in the Rules Committee, not here. Otherwise, the whole House degenerates into anarchy, which is what they're promoting.
Honorable members, let's proceed. Honorable Minister, proceed.
It is laughable that the ANC...
Deputy Speaker, it is all fair that the word fascist is dealt with now. There's nothing to postpone about Hitler and fascism here, Deputy Speaker. It's in the best interest of the order for this House to continue smoothly.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Who's that? Honorable member?
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
We were told as honorable members that we are all equal. If we expect each other to be patient, we expect also other honorable members to do the same. So we want to make a request that if there are honorable members who have got issues with the rulings of the Deputy Speaker, it is not the relevant platform that they are raising here. Otherwise, we don't want to go to the level that they want us to take to. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, look,
what are you?
I don't know all the rules yet, but one thing I know is that the ruling of the presiding officer is final. And if you're not providing ruling and people are making irresponsible statements here, which recourse do we have? So you must really give guidance to this House so that people do not make irresponsible statements to this House and make defamatory things that are not necessary here.
Honorable
Please.
member, by your conduct, you are making it difficult for us to proceed with the proceedings of the House. You are creating a problem of us addressing this issue in a manner that it will not repeat itself. So we appeal to you not to do that. Allow us to proceed with this debate. I'm going to make a ruling now as soon as he finishes, so that we must be able to deal with this, not only today, but in the Rules Committee as well. We think it is serious enough that it requires us to take it there, firmly and so on. Proceed, Honorable Member.
It is laughable that the ANC can be lectured on commitment to the working class and poor people of this country by those who have recently traded in their Gucci wardrobes for overalls. These political opportunists calculate that they can co-opt, they can hijack the genuine struggles of the marginalized in our country for political gain.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, Honorable Gigaba, please mind your language. Proceed, Honorable Member.
What did I say?
Proceed, Honorable Member,
Deputy
and mind your
Speaker.
language, yes.
Deputy Speaker, is it parliamentary to refer to other members of parliament wearing overalls as political opportunists? Can you rule on that?
Honorable Gigaba, that's what I was referring to, say. Can we not inflame the situation? Let's proceed.
What word exactly?
Opportunists. All right. Okay. We will come back to this.
These ... calculate
Deputy Speaker.
that they can hijack the genuine struggles of the marginalized.
Honorable Gigaba.
Deputy Speaker.
Allow us to proceed.
Deputy Speaker.
Allow us to proceed.
Yeah, you must.
No.
You said you must withdraw. Why is it that other political parties are allowed, are asked to withdraw, but he can't withdraw himself? You must withdraw before he continues, please.
Don't make rulings. You can't make rulings. Proceed, Honorable Rigaga, as I requested.
They believe that the masses of our people will be fooled by their new clothes and ignore their track record of financial...
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, can the Deputy Speaker consider when he is ready to make rulings to also make a ruling on a ... because there is also a word which starts with F and it has got a star, a alpha, a dollar and a K. ... can also mean anything. Can the Deputy Speaker...
I will do that, Honorable Member. I will do that.
But I never mentioned anybody.
Yes.
I never mentioned...
Honorable Nalit.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
I appeal to the chair that the chair must not allow members who are unable to bear the heat of a debate, to disrupt the House. The Speaker must not allow it, please.
Yes. Proceed, Honorable Member. Yes.
They believe the masses of our people will be fooled by their new clothes and ignore their track record of financial impropriety, unexplained and unscrupulous self-enrichment and tax avoidance. How can those who sold poor
Deputy
rural
Speaker.
communities
Deputy
shoddily
Speaker, may I
build
rise
bridges?
on a point of order?
Honorable Member.
Yes, may I rise on a point of order?
What's your point of order?
The Honorable Minister is making statements about financial impropriety of people wearing overalls. Is that proven in any court of law? Can you make a ruling on that?
No, honorable members, don't do that. Proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, you are not guiding this House. And here is a gentleman who stole government flowers before, saying that people are engaged in financial impropriety. And you let that pass here. So we must come here and use whatever language. If it's open, let's open it. We can speak like that as well, far much harsher than Malusi does. So please, let's guide this House in terms of the language which this gentleman is using, please.
Honorable members, I want to appeal to you to recognize all of us in the House here. The language we use can either help or not help the House to proceed properly. So let's accept that is the way we have agreed and the rules say we must do. So let's not just create that situation that allows disruptions to occur. Members, the raising of frequent points of order is disruptive. I want to address to you about that issue. Members who are speaking, all of you, please realize that the way you speak and what you say can create disruptions. Let's not create that situation, please. Let's proceed.
How can those who sold poor rural communities shoddily build bridges lecture us on how to build bridges between a desolate past and a prosperous, sustainable and united future?
Deputy Speaker.
No, you can't be doing that. You are disrupting proceedings.
Deputy Speaker, the Speaker is continuing to make unsubstantiated allegations of people who did shadow jobs outside this House. This is what exactly you are saying, Deputy Speaker, that speakers should refrain from assertions and allegations.
Can you allow the Speaker to proceed?
If that is your ruling, that it is fine to make allegations that Mr. X, Honorable X,
Don't put words into my mouth.
Is corrupt.
Don't put words into my mouth.
Or what?
Don't allow
we
that.
will also do it unapologetic.
Don't put words into my mouth, and it is out of order even to think that you should be saying that. Proceed, honorable member.
Honorable Malema speaks with the boldness of the Honorable Lekota in 2009, who also believed once that he was the president in waiting and did all he could to displace and outfox his former colleague, Mr. Mpazima Shilowa, all for nothing, because both of them today face the same future outside politics and into oblivion. The Honorable Malema must know this future too awaits him. On the other hand, the speech by the Honorable Musi Maimane was a missed opportunity made the more abysmal by the pitiful attempt to use the 16-year-old minor sister as a rhetorical device to cast doubt on the future before her and other young South Africans. His speech, cast in the pessimistic tones of his predecessors, failed dismally to mention the many ways in which the ANC has improved the quality of life of his own sister and created opportunities for her to soar. As ever, the Honorable Maimane, on behalf of the DA, ignores the substantive progress made by and under the ANC government. Operation Pakisa is a local application of a delivery model proven successful in Malaysia to achieve speedy economic development impact, working closely with stakeholders in all sectors. Of course, he cannot see anything positive in it, because it talks about building local capacity to exploit and industrialize our ocean economy for the use of South Africans. And thus it envisages a future in which South Africa will no longer be locked into the global capitalist system as an important, though peripheral player, serving primarily as an exporter of raw materials and primary commodities. In this world, which the Honorable Maimane so idolizes, South Africa would remain a prize taker in the global economic arrangement, stuck in the old colonial relations of production with the world, which characterized our past and still characterizes our present, and which we are resolute through the National Development Plan, the Industrial Policy Action Plan, the Infrastructure Program, and the New Growth Path to turn on its head. On the eve of democracy in our country, the National Party, the most recalcitrant members of which have now found their rightful political home in the DA, sold all South Africa's ships and through dirty means bought and registered them in other countries at their own country's expense. This ocean economy strategy interferes with the status quo and the funders of the DA. The DA must know that it is time for South Africa to become a real maritime country, which we are. And President Zuma will go down in history as the president, the leader, who put South Africa on the map as a real maritime country. How is it possible that the Honorable Maimane does not see this as providing leadership? Could it be that the unscrupulous funders of the Honorable Member's political party are worried about the radical and far-reaching changes in the structure of the South African economy? It is when the imperialist forces and the market fundamentalists are worried that we should know we are correct, we are on the right path, and we should stay the course. I thus welcome the Honorable Maimane's initiating of the debate on leadership, even as I am in the dark about and doubt and question his own leadership record. We can detail many achievements President Zuma has made on behalf of the people of South Africa throughout his career in the public service, and especially during his tenure as president of our republic. In addition to the NDP, the Infrastructure Program, the NGP, the Industrial Policy Plan, we can add the National Health Insurance, the Land Reform Program, specific focus on rural development, as well as water and sanitation issues. What has the Honorable Maimane accomplished for South Africa other than offering the DA a rebranding opportunity at the expense of Ms. Lindiwe Mazibuko? The question I wish to ask is, var vas J. In his newly found chorus for the Honorable President to step aside, the Honorable Maimane neglects the DA's recent election performance. Having spent over 100 million rand in Gauteng, the people of Gauteng, like those of Johannesburg in 2011, ordered him to sit down. I believe they will continue to do so, as long as he insists on using public platforms to attack ANC leaders, rather than offer substantive proposals on how to move South Africa forward. The myth promoted by the DA
Deputy Speaker,
of a well-groomed Western Cape.
Yes, Honorable Member, what are you raising on?
Deputy Speaker, would the Minister be prepared to take a question?
He will answer the...
And ask to know how many votes they lost in Gauteng.
The myth promoted by the DA of a well-governed Western Cape province is inconsistent with the facts and blows up in the face of the truth. For instance, the Human Rights Commission, in a recently released report, conveniently ignored by the media, said that the DA has imposed the most undignified, inhumane, and racist sanitation regime in the Western Cape. We welcome brand new member Maimane's zeal in regard to official inquiries into alleged corruption. We trust we can count on him to lead an inquiry into the DA's appointment of a legally blacklisted US-based company to provide IT services in the city of Cape Town. The company's owner, referred to in the media as a hopelessly insolvent crook, is banned from the UK until 2024. Similarly, we expect he will leap at the opportunity to to investigate why the DA-run Western Cape government spent approximately 8 billion rand on consultants who in turn funded the DA's election communication strategy. On these matters, Honorable Maimane, I implore you to show leadership or step aside. Sadly, I suspect Honorable Maimane will restrain his zeal in this regard unless he has ambitions to study at Harvard University. The fact is that the DA continues to look forward to a future that will never exist, seen only through the prism of illiberal classes, founded on the fear for black majority rule and premised on a reactionary anti-majoritarian abhorrence. Throughout its history, South African liberalism crafted in their minds a future South Africa which did not have apartheid on the one hand, but neither have black majority rule on the other. We share their optimism in both regards, as we ourselves want a future South Africa which does not have apartheid or any other form of racial tyranny. Our late President Oliver Tambo once said, "It is our responsibility to break down the barriers of division and create a country where there will be neither whites nor blacks, just South Africans, free and united in their diversity." This, fellow South Africans, is the future we seek, the future we are prepared to keep on fighting for stubbornly, and the future we will have. It is bright, it is better, it is filled with optimism and not racially defined and dictated pessimism. The Honorable Maimane's sister, no matter what a prophet of doom her brother is, will have a bright and better future. We emphatically support the budget vote number 1 of the presidency. Finally, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Shivambu earlier said that I sat there like somebody sitting in a ship-in. But of course, as a patron of ship-ins, he would know better because I've never been to a ship-in. I don't know how people sit there. Now, since I'm not a patron or a guest of ship-ins, taverns, and bars, I wouldn't know, and I stand advised, my honorable colleague. And finally, Honorable Mutau, I think we need to tone down on delusions. It really doesn't help. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order, members. Honorable members, earlier in the debate, a point of order was raised by Honorable J.H. Steenhuisen, the Chief Whip of the Opposition, on remarks made by the Honorable P.S. Sizani, Chief Whip of the Majority Party. We undertook to look back to the House with a ruling, to come back with a ruling. In his speech, the Honorable Chief Whip said, "Our friends on my left feel nothing because they got money from the proceeds of the building of the wall that divided Palestine to fight against us." The Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition rose to contend that in terms of Rule 63, the comments were offensive to this side of the House and unsubstantiated. Later in his speech, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party said it is common cause that there is a party in South Africa that was given money by the builder of the wall that divided Palestine. The Constitution determines that members have freedom of speech in the Assembly. This is jealously guarded right that is only qualified by the rules and the orders that the Assembly imposes upon itself. Freedom of speech is essential in ensuring that members can fulfill their role as representative of the people and that they are able to speak freely in the interest of the people we serve. The rules relating to order and debate are therefore not aimed at limiting freedom of speech, but rather at guiding debate in such a way that reasoned and open consideration of issues is possible in the interest of democracy. Derogatory and disparaging references to members of the House undermine members in the performance of their duties and undermine the Assembly as the democratically elected representative of the people. In considering whether a member has convened Rule 63, the presiding officer must also take into consideration the context in which a remark or inference is made. The approach is substantiated by years of practice and convention in its interpretation. Honorable members, it is not for the chair to rule on the veracity of remarks made during debate. Should a member disagree with the remarks made, they should make use of the opportunities provided by the debate to give the House a different version. In this instance, I do not find that the remarks by the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party have contravened Rule 63. A further point of order was raised around the interpretation of Rule 62. This rule states that a member shall, as far as possible, it quotes, refrain from reading his or her speech, but may refresh his or her memory by referring to notes. While reading of the speeches may not be conducive necessarily to interactive debate, it must be reiterated that the rule is phrased in such a way as to provide guidance to members during debates and not in absolute terms which prohibit the reading of speeches. A further consideration is the limited time that members have to deliver their speech, and therefore the practice has not been called into dispute. This may be a matter for consideration during the rules review process that, as I understand, is underway. Lastly, I wish to reflect on the point of order raised by Honorable Peggy Khadebe on comments made during the speech of Honorable J.S. Malema in regard to the chairperson of the Independent Electoral Commission. I would like to caution members strongly against commenting or referring to merits of matters that are part of the judicial process. The rule on this matter is very clear, and I assume that we will respect that so that we don't, in the first place, bedevil our relationship with the judiciary, but also impugn people and their names when the matter are before the courts. We now, that the list of speakers has been concluded, the debate of this budget vote and the business of the day, the Honorable President will reply tomorrow. The House is adjourned. Thank you.